which you're all speaking.
Oh, hang on, I've got some feedback. Check for Carla. 1, 2. For Carla, 1, 2.
Jen, I can do some checks. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I had my MLAN on. So FTR check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, FTR is ready to go. The broadcast is ready to go. Tanner, do we have everybody we need here?
We're still missing Assemblyman Hambrick, but we are still reaching out to him.
Okay, sounds good. We're good here in the control room. So whenever you guys are ready, we are prepared.
Okay. Ms. Jones, if you're ready. Tanner, if you're ready. Sounds like we're launching a rocket ship here.
We are ready, Carlton, here on our end.
Let's go live.
Ms. Carlson, or Chair Carlton, would you like me to call the roll?
I believe we are live now. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delay, a number of technical issues with a number of the members making sure that they got signed in and could participate virtually. So we do apologize for that. With that, Ms. Jones, if you would please call the roll. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Brooks.
Here.
Senator Cancella.
Here.
Senator Dennis.
I'm here.
Senator Hardy for
Here.
Senator Rekachia.
Here.
Senator Kekeffer.
Here.
Senator Parks. Senator Parks. Senator Settlemeyer.
Here.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Here.
Woman Benitez Thompson.
Here.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Here.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Here.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Here.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swain.
Here.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Here.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Here.
Chair Carlton.
And I am here. Senator Parks is present. He couldn't unmute, I believe.
I believe I'm okay at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Parks. And when Mr. Hambrick does come in, please let us know. We'll mark him present when he is able to connect in. So good morning, everyone, gentlemen and ladies. You may remove your jackets. We've all been asked to set our thermostats a little higher than normal. I can tell you mine in my office is at 78 right now. So if anyone wants to remove their jackets because we're trying to save energy, that's perfectly appropriate for today. So with that, we will move to public comment as we normally do with these virtual IFC meetings. Public comment, access to public comment has been posted on the website. It can be made either through mail, email, or submitted by fax or by calling in. We will take up to approximately 45 minutes of public comment this morning. Any other public comment after that will be for the end of the meeting. So with that, I would ask our wonderful LCB Broadcast and Production Services staff if there is any public comment to be made this morning, if they would go ahead and queue up the first person, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 300. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you may go.
Good morning, Chairwoman Carlton and members of the committee. My name is Denise Tanada, and I'm the Vice President of Community Impact at United Way of Southern Nevada. I'm calling in today to offer our support for agenda item E18, which proposes to transfer $4,857,629 from the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Fund to the Nevada Ready Pre-K program. As you all know, the Nevada Ready Pre-K program ensures that children throughout the state of Nevada have an opportunity to attend high-quality early learning programs that will help them enter school ready to learn. So on behalf of United Way of Southern Nevada, our 19 pre-K classroom partners, and the 700 young children that they serve, we want to thank the Governor and members of this committee for your continued investment in early childhood education. As such, United Way of Southern Nevada fully supports the Governor's recommendation to fund the Nevada Ready Pre-K program with CARES Act dollars to continue supporting Nevada's children and families. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 017. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Mr. Bill Welch, Billwelch, President and CEO of the Nevada Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments to the Interim Finance Committee today. Nevada hospitals understand the significance of the budget shortfall and the need for all of us to come together in the short term to share in budget cuts. As passed, AB 3 from the 31st special session allowed DHHS flexibility. As additional funds become available or projected expenses are less than expected, DHHS is to bring back recommendations to the Interim Finance Committee to restore DHHS budget reductions as soon as practical. We believe there are already new funds and/or lower than expected expenses not accounted for in the balancing of the budget accomplished by AB 3, including $56 million in carryover funds from 2020 state fiscal year, approximately $30 million in enhanced FMAPs for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2021, reductions in claims experience even though there has been an increase in caseload. Today I ask you, the Interim Finance Committee, to ensure that when funds are available, that there is a transparent process that will allow providers and hospitals line of sight to when we can expect the restoration of DHHS budget reductions, and ask that the provider and hospital rate reductions be DHHS's priority to restore as soon as possible. Our primary concern is that the longer these significant rate cuts are in place, the bigger the impact will be on access to health care for Medicaid recipients. I'm requesting your support in prioritizing the restoration of Medicaid provider and hospital rate reductions as funds become available. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. So with that, I believe we can move on, committee members, to item number C, approval of the minutes of the April 7th meeting, and item D, approval of the minutes of the April 30th meeting. It would be the chair's intent, because we do a roll call vote, to take one vote on both sets of minutes. Are there any questions from any committee members on either the approval of the minutes of the April 7th or the approval of the minutes of the April 30th meeting? Seeing no one raise their hands or anyone speak up, I would go ahead and motion.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I'll accept a motion from Speaker Frierson and a second from Senator Woodhouse on approval of those two sets of minutes. I would ask Mr. Kompotek to call the roll. Thank you, Mr. Kompotek.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please let me know if I need to speak up at all.
I can.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Backus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks, Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotic. So with that, I believe we can go to item E, which is a number of our work programs today. I know there are members that would like to pull extra items. I'll have Ms. Jones walk through the items that we would like to pull, then go to the members. And also to let everyone know, just to give you a heads up, it's my intention to hear item 50 first. It's the Dieter item. We'd like to get that one out of the way so that they can get back to work and keep getting things taken care of. So we will be addressing item 50 first this morning. So with that, Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For item E, approval of gifts, grants, and work programs, on the first page of the list, the person being held for testimony is Office of the Governor, State Energy Office, and that is number 2. As we move to the second page, staff would note that item 7 has been withdrawn. That was withdrawn on August 11th. There are no items on page 3. On page 4, as Chair Carlton indicated, I'm sorry, on page 4, item 18, Department of Education. On page 5, for number 28, there is a revision for that work program. However, there are no other concerns with the program. The revision would change the general fund amount from $3,475 to $1,969. This is a balance forward or transfer forward from FY 20 to 21 of these funds. And similarly, on the next page, on page 6, for item 30, that's the companion work program, where the amount that was indicated as being reduced of general fund of $3,475 has been revised to $150,969, similar to item 28. Those are revisions that came in after the packet was printed. However, there's no other issues with those 2 items at this time. Moving on to page 7, number 36, which is public and behavioral health. It's item 36 on page 7. Moving on to page 8. There's a withdrawal of number 40. Just got a message. I'm sorry, back on 28, there was also another change, I believe. On page 7, number 4, or page 8, I'm sorry, number 8 was withdrawn. And as Chair Carlton indicated on page 9, number 50 for the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. On page 10, no items on page 11. On page 12, number 66, Department of Motor Vehicles. While there is no issue with this work program, there is a revision changing the amount being transferred from personnel services to facility charges from $4,400 to $8,000. There are no items on page 13. No items on page 14 or 15. Moving on to page 16. Items 91 and 92 are related and to be heard together. Staff would also note that there have been revisions to the work program that the agency should clarify when they provide testimony on these two items. Moving on to page 18, number 101 will be heard with 102 that's on page 20. There are numerous work programs associated with these two items, and these items are to reimburse certain out of CARES Act money for the various agencies. This was discussed as part of the plan for balancing FY 2020 when the plan was heard on June 14th. And Mr. Kompotic brought to my attention an issue with number 28 on an amount. Mr. Kompotic, can you help me with that, please?
Certainly. The item 28 includes a work program adjustment to add general fund and Title 19 funds that go along with the matching general funds. And I would just note an adjustment to the Title 19 portion of that work program that increases the amount from $31,278 to $178,773. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. I appreciate the assist. So moving on to the information items, that is item N. There are two items that are being held for additional discussion. The first one is item 5B1, the Nevada Cancer Registry, on the first page of the informational item list. And then on page 2, item 6B, Records and Communication Quarterly Report on this NCGIS implementation for that modernization project. And thank you, Madam Chair. Those are the items that have been identified. So I'll turn that back over to you for the members to add any additional items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. So I did get a request from Senator Brooks, would like to pull item E1. Is that correct, Senator?
That is correct. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. It's just easier if we do it this way. So I have Senator Brooks at item E1. And then Assemblywoman Neal had requested items 4 and 17. Is that correct, Assemblywoman?
And E20.
And I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
E20. 7, 4, 17, and 20.
Okay, and I had 20 requested from someone else also. So
Oh, okay, that's fine.
that's fine. So then moving on, item E20, Assemblywoman Neal and Assemblywoman Titus had requested E20 to be pulled. And I don't believe I have any others. Are there any other requests from any other committee members at this time?
I have a question on number 5, Gal Kramer.
Okay, so we're also pulling item number E5 for Mr. Kramer.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, Assemblywoman Titus here. I also would like to have 83 pulled.
And I'm sorry, Assemblywoman Titus, which number?
83.
Yes, I did have that. I apologize. You had
Thank you.
that earlier. Thank you. E83, are there any informational items that need to be pulled so that we can coordinate that and then release all other folks? Those are typically not action items, but if there's anything anyone would need any more information on. Hearing none, seeing none, I believe that addresses everyone's needs as we go forward. Thank you all very much, and especially thank you to those that reached out to me early to let me know so that we could make this a little bit easier to coordinate. So with that, Ms. Jones, I believe we can go ahead and take a motion to process all other items. So with that,
Yes, Madam Chair, I would suggest a motion to approve the other items under item E that were not pulled for additional testimony with the noted revisions by myself and Mr. Krompotnik, and then noted with the 2 items that were withdrawn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. So that would be our motion. I would accept a motion from Speaker Frierson and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Krompotnik, if you could please call the roll. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick, Assemblywoman Howdegee,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Krompotnik. So with that, as I had mentioned earlier, we are going to go to item number 50 first, which is Dieter. So if we could go ahead and have those presenting on Dieter queued up, please.
Good morning. This is Elisa Cafaretta. Or would you like us to start?
Yes, Ms. Caffaretta, if you just give us a very brief overview, and then I'll open it up for questions.
For the record, my name is Elisa Caffaretta. I am the acting director of DETR. This is my 2-week anniversary. So thanks for this celebration. This work program change is a normal operation. You see us every quarter bringing in additional money for our UI Unemployment Insurance Award. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris Sewell, who is our Chief Operations Officer, and Kitty DeSocio, who is our CFO, and they'll walk you through the basics of this particular request briefly, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. For the record, Chris Sewell, Chief of Operations, Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. The purpose of this work program is to increase authority for the unemployment insurance program for the incoming federal fiscal year 2020 above base funding for the second quarter. Increase the authority in the operating and utilities categories and placing the remaining funds into reserves. It is broken down as Category 4, operating $1,145,816. Category 59, utilities, $15,724. And Category 86, $2,648,840 for a total of $3,809,680. That's basically, it's this is a quarterly work program that we do bring in the above base funding that you see every quarter, and we'd be happy to answer any questions at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sewell. We appreciate it. When you do respond, if you could get a little closer to the microphone, we could hear you, but we had to really focus to be able to hear it well. So if you could get a little closer in the question and answer period. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to Ms. Howdege. She had questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I have two, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Okay, my first one's relating to the grants, and anyone can answer this, but Mr. Sewell, you might be able to help. Do you expect to receive any unemployment insurance administrative grants for the quarter ending June 30th, 2020? And if so, how much?
For the record, this is Kitty DeSocio, Chief Financial Officer for DETR. We just...
we're going to need you to speak up, please. We can't hear you. Thank you.
For the record, Kitty DeSocio, Chief Financial Officer for DETR. The department just submitted their third quarter, they call it a UI3 report, which is a workload report. So we will, the third quarter would be ending June 30th. We are anticipating approximately $11,000 from that third quarter. I'm sorry, I do that all the time. 11 million. 11,000 wouldn't get us far, would it? $11 million for the third quarter. Our projections look at fourth quarter anywhere from the same 11 million to 15 million, but we won't know that until we submit our third quarter UI3 report, which will be ending September 30th.
Okay, thank you. I thought there was a zero missing. Okay, and then my second question is, it's relating to staffing. I know that DETR has 370 authorized positions for the unemployment program to help with claims, but about 119 of them are vacant. What steps are you taking to fill those positions, and when do you expect them to be filled by? How soon could we have them filled by?
This is Elisa Caffaretta for the record. My understanding is there were 133 positions that we requested to add, which may be where the 119 number comes from that you're asking about. We have been bringing on staff since that authorization went through. My understanding is that we are in the process of bringing in the final folks to complete that complement of the approved positions, and we will confirm that for you. And then we do have a request in the process for an additional 255 positions because we believe that the unemployment filings and processing is going to continue for several years. That was the experience in the Great Recession. So we believe that we need to continue to staff up and get to a place of normal operations. And then the final thing I will add is we have been working in partnership with the Division of Welfare. They are going to be, they have identified several hundred staff that can come work with us on an overtime basis. So you will see a COVID relief fund request to fund that overtime. So they will also be able to join our team and process folks who are waiting for a resolution on their cases.
And I just want to clarify, Chair, if I can, because the positions I'm asking about, Ms. Cafaretta, these were already existing positions, so not newly approved positions, the newly approved 155. These were already existing positions within UI, and from the 370, 119 were vacant, and I'm just concerned about us asking for new positions and still not being able to fill those. So can you just tell me a little bit about those existing authorized positions that are vacant? What steps Dieter is taking to fill those?
Again, Elisa Cafaretta for the record. And I'm looking at Chris Sewell to see if he will back me up with any additional information. My understanding is that the existing positions that were still vacant, the last time the LCB looked and the Governor's Finance Office looked at this, there were about 100 still vacant. And my understanding is that those positions were not in the right categories. They weren't the claims folks or adjudicators that we needed. So we will have several vacant positions as part of the budget cutting measures that are not the highest priority to fill in order for us to process claims that still need to be resolved. Chris, do you have any additional?
For the record, Chris Sewell. Yes, we have positions throughout Dieter that aren't the high priority positions to take claims, resolve claims, and things of that nature, which is one of the reasons why we have the additional request for those types of positions. And there's going to be some positions that aren't high priority that we'll be keeping open. And that, for instance, that could be a position in our operations area where it's not a high priority position that we'll keep open so that we can hire the higher priority positions that we have requests in.
Okay, that actually clarifies it for me. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And welcome, Ms. Cafaretta. It's so nice to see you.
Okay, with that, committee members, I believe Dr. Titus, did you have a question on this item?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. Along that same line of questioning, you mentioned the priority for your employees, whether or not they were adjudicators or folks just basically answering the phones. And do you have a breakdown on those? And because what I'm hearing time and time again is that even if they can, somebody who's unemployed trying to file a claim can get through on the phone system, the person that's helping them can't help them. They can answer the phone, but they can't do anything more. So what's the number actually of prioritized, I would assume, adjudicators who can actually do something with their claim versus those folks just answering the phone? And the second question after that would be, we've talked a lot about your phone systems and giving you monies for that. You're not going to a computer system, I don't think, to file your claims. Can you give me a little update on that process and the efficiency of it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Elisa Cafaretta for the record. So I do not have in front of me a staffing list, so I can't give you exact numbers, but I can give you an overview of where we are on the staffing. As you all are aware, there are two systems, two programs that are in place for unemployment. So the call centers that are handling regular unemployment are regular Dieter staff. They are authorized to take all of the actions and move claims through the process. So those folks are able to do a resolution if it's possible and there's not something we need to further investigate. So that call center is distinct from the public, the pandemic unemployment assistance, PUA, which is the system that is currently the vendor Alorica is handling the calls for that. So they have, there are, to sort of clarify, they have several things they can do and then other things that they put into the system for adjudicators or appeals. So there's, it's a slightly different set of responsibilities. So what we are doing is we are evaluating at this point all of the staffing and all of the contracts to make sure that we are putting building out the right size team to handle the issues by commonality, so that we can sort of speed up those processes where it is possible. And we are reevaluating all the contracts to make sure that we have the additional support and resources that we need to, again, resolve people's cases as quickly as possible and get those folks who are eligible paid as soon as we can. And then to your second set of questions about the phone system and the over the computers. So my understanding, and I've been focused on sort of moving forward instead of sort of looking back to see how we got to the place we are. My understanding is that we have, it took a few sessions for us to get the contract for the new phone system in place. And that we have expedited the schedule to implement the new phone system, which will allow folks to access, not just make phone calls, but access the cases and process the work. That has been expedited from an anticipated execution date of December up to an anticipated execution date of the end of September. So that is where we are on the phones.
Thank you for that. Do you keep a list of the numbers of calls that come in each day, the wait time, the calls that aren't answered, and any kind of data from your vendors on that?
We do, Lisa Cafferetta, for the record, we do get a daily update on the number of calls, the time to answer, the time they spent with them, the time on hold, those things. So
Great.
That is part of the analysis of the performance.
Right. Are we seeing any improvement in that?
Elisa Cafferetta, for the record, yes, in the regular unemployment system, we are getting closer to regular processing times in the and part of that is we're also seeing claims come down. In the PUA system, that system is somewhat highly variable in the number of people applying at any given time. And so it's harder to see a trend there. And again, that's part of our analysis is how well are the contracts, how well are the teams performing, and where do we need to put additional resources?
Well, thank you for all you're doing. I know it's a pretty heavy lift that you've taken on, so best of luck. It's just a critical thing Nevadans need, so thank you.
With that, are there any other questions from any other members at this time? I've not had anyone reach out to me. Oh, yes, I do believe Ms. Monroe Moreno, I'm sorry, had a question on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, if I may. And welcome aboard. You've taken on a lot, and we truly appreciate you stepping up. I have a question about the positions and the priority positions. As you're looking to fill those positions, and it's kind of a twofold question, is any outreach to former employees from Dieter who have retired, who have knowledge in the systems and without with minimal training to help get us through this pandemic. And along with that, as we look at hiring these priority positions, are we looking to hire in both the North and South? And do you know what that breakdown would be?
Elisa Cafferetta, for the record, thank you for the question and the well wishes. I appreciate it. To the first question, are we looking at DETR retirees? As you all know, unemployment was at record lows before the pandemic hit, and so our staffing was also at record lows. So we have actually reached out to every DETR retiree who worked in eligibility, and it was a very short list. We have hired back everyone who was willing and able to come back. So we've gone through that process, and those folks are on board. The second piece is that the Division of Welfare also has a list of eligibility workers who have retired. That is a little bit more extensive. We just identified 63 people from welfare who are retired eligibility workers. It's not exactly the same work, but it's very analogous work. And we are starting to go through the process of calling those folks and offering them positions. So we believe that they will have they understand state systems, they understand eligibility rules writ large, and we think that we'll be able to onboard them very quickly. So that is an additional resource that the state has identified, and we really appreciate all the state agencies that have reached out with support. It's making a big difference in us getting the resources we need. In terms of the location, I don't have exact numbers, partly as we're waiting on full implementation of the phone system. People need to be where the equipment is that they can access the cases. And that is, I believe it's statewide. But most of the folks, of course, are in Las Vegas, but when you're accessing the system by the phone, as long as you're connecting with someone, where they're sitting is not as important. So we will get the breakdown for you of where they are sitting, but at this point, I don't have that in front of me. We're just making sure they can connect to the system and access the cases so we can get to resolution.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have still been receiving, as I'm sure a number of legislators are, calls and emails from constituents who feel that they qualify for both traditional UI support and or PUA, but they have been denied both, and as of this date haven't received anything. For those families who have yet to receive anything, believe that they qualify for one or both because of the employments that they had. They were part-time employees with one, full-time with another. When you look at priority positions, are those some of the situations or that would be considered a priority to reevaluate where these families sit and how we can get them paid?
Thank you for the question, Elisa Cafferetta, for the record. Yes, I mean, those are some of the most compelling stories and, of course, complicated stories. And really, those are the people that our entire focus is on getting folks who have not gotten their cases resolved to get them a resolution. And if they're eligible, get them paid. If they're not eligible, get them a clear indication of that as well, so they can make other plans. As you know, unemployment insurance is complicated, and there are many federal rules we have to follow. So one of the first things we have to help people understand is that you have to meet all of the eligibility criteria to be eligible. The creation of a second system, the PUA system, with slightly different rules and slightly different eligibility criteria has complicated the situation. And the next layer of complication that is very difficult to explain is that there's also a time element. So we have to reevaluate every quarter if you are still eligible in one system, if you've become eligible in another, and send you that information. So there are a couple of things that it would be very helpful to us if you shared with your constituents. The first is, it is a federal rule that if they are eligible for what we call regular unemployment insurance, just the traditional unemployment, if they had W-2 wages, earnings, they must file in the regular unemployment insurance system first, and they must exhaust that benefit stream first. And then they can go to PUA. If they have gig earnings or 1099 earnings. So the first thing is, if they've been told they have unemployment insurance eligibility, they have to go there first. Even if they maybe had higher self-employment earnings, they've got to go through the first system first. So that's first thing to tell them. And the second thing that you can share with your constituents, and there's been quite a bit of inaccurate information about this in the social media, is that we did issue a notice of determination in the PUA saying you must go back to unemployment insurance and file there first, and then you can come to PUA when you qualify for that. There's some inaccurate information that you should stay in PUA and appeal there instead of coming to unemployment. And the issue is, we are, in our notifications and our communications with claimants, giving them the shortest path, the next step to the shortest path for them to be paid for benefits that they are eligible for. Of course, you have the right to appeal any decision or determination that we have made that you believe is erroneous. Appeals come with due process timelines, and so they take longer. And in the case of you having eligibility in both systems, the federal law is extremely clear that you must start with the regular unemployment insurance process. So those are some fairly definitive things I think that you can help people with. And I realize it's not, it's not as helpful to folks who have been waiting a long time and really need some assistance right now, but those are some very clear rules that you can share with people.
Well, thank you so much. No, even knowing the clear rules to give them some information is extremely helpful. Just as a follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may, do you know, Dieter, exactly how many cases we have pending that fit into this category? Or who have been denied fit into this category?
This is Elisa Gavretta. One of our goals is to create a dashboard that is short and clear and understandable, that we can update on a weekly basis, very similar to the Nevada Health Response dashboard. What I am learning about Dieter is that we have a large number of reports we are required to produce for the Department of Labor. We have a large number of data points, and we are just sorting through, trying to get to a clear, short dashboard for you. It was certainly my goal to have that as one of my first items, but it's proving a little more complicated to get our arms around. It's definitely a top priority, so people have an understanding of where exactly we are and how far we're getting each week. But I don't have those numbers for you right yet.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe Moreno. I will go to Senator Settlemyre next.
Thank you, Chair Carlton. I tried to reach out to you through the chat feature. You must not have been able to see it. In that respect, my question had to relate to, within the call center that is available I was curious. I have many people that are calling and they've actually had not only claims, but payments paid out to them, and they're not unemployed. So fraud has been committed upon them. How much of your department have you been able to increase the amount of people for fraud investigators to your department? If so, how many? Or what can we do to help you to investigate that fraud? Or can people still call your office, or do they have to call the Attorney General? Or how do they start the process of trying to, balance that out?
Thank you for the question, Elisa Caffaretta, for the record. Fraud is certainly the other top priority that we have. So getting people through the process, stopping fraudulent payments, prosecuting fraudulent acts. So what we have done on the fraud front is again, great thanks to the Division of Welfare. We just brought on for a temporary basis Bill Strong, who was the Chief of Investigations and Recovery, which is the fraud unit at Welfare. He is joining Shane Ricketts, who is heading up our fraud unit here. They are going to they are growing that department very quickly. We have in the positions we've requested, we have several investigator and fraud unit folks, but I believe we are bringing over 4 welfare investigators also on loan. So we're getting some immediate help there. And we'll continue to grow that department. So getting those additional positions through the process when we get to that point is going to be critical. We think this is a serious issue and will continue to be an issue for some time. So that will be a great help. In terms of what people should do, we have updated our fraud information page on the website. There are a whole series of steps. There's a form to fill out on the DETR website, which will immediately flag your case as fraudulent and stop payment on it. There are several additional steps to take if you believe that someone has used your information fraudulently. So we can share that flyer with you of all the steps. The other piece of information that is very helpful to us is in traditional unemployment, we send a letter to the employer letting them know that a claim has been filed for unemployment from one of their employees. And if employers will immediately review those and immediately let us know if that's fraudulent, that is very helpful. If we do not hear back from an employer in 11 days, we consider the claim as legitimate, and if it meets the other criteria, we'll release payment. So employers have a really important role to play in regular employment to help us. So if they can review those and respond as quickly as possible, that is very helpful to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. If I could follow up, Madam Chair, are you turning that information over then to the DA or federal prosecutor when you come across this fraud, or how does that work? What's the criminal penalties and so forth with that? How's that being dealt with?
Elisa Caffaretta for the record. We are working with the Attorney General, who has a COVID fraud task force. I know there are weekly meetings of that group with the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, our staff, and other law enforcement folks. What the penalties are for fraud now, you've gone past what I've been able to study up on in my 2 weeks, but we can certainly provide that information to you. I know that this is a national issue, that every state is experiencing this problem, and there are definitely fraudulent actors who are filing claims in several states. So we are all also working together and comparing notes to make sure that we address this issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hardy, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Caffaretta, for stepping into the breach, as we say. And I appreciated the little notice in the newspaper about the transparency commitment that the office and the task force has taken on. Recognizing that, I was doing the math, and in the session we heard there were 1.5 million workers in Nevada, 1 million claims, which would be 2/3 of the workers, but we've never been over 30% unemployment, and we're now 14% unemployment. Therefore, where do the benefits stop, and how do you identify, where the money's gone and how we're doing that for a significant challenge? Can you kind of help us with that?
Thank you for the question, Elisa Caffaretta, for the record. One of the things I've learned is that some of the terminology here is somewhat interchangeable, which makes the back of the envelope math not make sense. So one of the issues when it comes to when we say something like 1 million claims have been paid out, if you have an application in the regular unemployment and an application in the PUA system, you would be counted twice. There's a possibility that that is not individual people of claimants, that is weeks of benefits claimed. So as we're working on this dashboard, we need to sort out and translate those things from technical terms, which mean one thing to you and I, and another thing to a Dieter worker, so that we have a very clear picture of the number of people who are coming into our system, how many claims have been resolved and paid in a weekly payment status versus folks who are denied and folks who are still in the process. So that, I don't have a dashboard for you yet, but it is one of my top goals to communicate that clearly. In terms of payments made, we do have a record of every payment that is made and where it has gone. So that information is in our system. And as we are identifying issues, we are following the process and the rules to whatever resolution makes sense. If it is an erroneous payment, there's a process for that. If it's a fraudulent payment, there's a process for that. So
realistically, if we look at the 14% unemployment now, you probably are not going to be paying out more than 14% of the workforce, or am I doing back of envelope math and it doesn't still make sense?
Elisa Caffaretta, for the record. I think what's new to the process that we have not sort of figured out a way to communicate is that in traditional regular unemployment, it was a fairly traditional setup. You were employed by an employer. They were paying into the unemployment insurance system. We know how to count those employees. We know how to count those benefits. We know how to tell if you're covered or not covered by the unemployment benefit, and not everyone is. With the addition of PUA, we said we are going to create a system for gig workers and 1099 independent contractors. So the department did an initial reach out to sort of figure out what number of claims might we expect. And they came up with the concept that there might be between 80,000 and 160,000 of these workers in Nevada. So it wasn't a very exact number. We don't know how to count them very well. And then we also have to take into consideration that there are a large number of folks in Nevada who are in both systems. They have a day job and side hustle, as they call them, and so they might be driving Uber on the weekend, and they fit into both. And how many times do we count them? So those are some of the things that have complicated our ability to tell the story of where we are.
So the 14% unemployment is underestimated or overestimated?
Lisa Caffaretta, for the record, I'm going to say I need to phone a friend, and my economist is in the court hearing at the moment. So can we get back to you with more details about that number?
That'd be great. And so I'm just curious, how many people are you paying unemployment insurance right now, and how many are getting reimbursed from PUA? Do we have those two numbers?
Lisa Caffaretta, again, for the record, these are questions I'm asking to and don't have short, clear answers that I feel are, I have too many answers is, I guess, the better definition. And so we're sorting through to figure out what is the most accurate, clear, representative set of numbers that we can share with you and the public on a weekly basis. And we are committed to
transparency that you've committed to is great. I appreciate it. And I will say I'm grateful that I'm in my position and not in your position. Bless your heart. Keep it up.
Thank you.
I admire what you're trying to do. The high priority people, who are the low priority? Are they working in the fraud cases, or the low priority are just doing the myriad of reports that you have to do?
Thank you for the question, Elisa Caffaretta, for the record. The Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation actually has several units in addition to unemployment. So we have workforce and workforce development. We have Job Connect offices. We've pulled all our Job Connect folks out of those offices, which closed down to the public for the pandemic. And we've pulled those staff into unemployment work. We have rehabilitation work. We have the Commission on Post-Secondary Education. So it's not that those are low priority programs. They certainly are critical programs, especially in a recession. And we've asked them to make do with existing staff. Not that they're low priority at all, but that we want to fill the unemployment positions first. So that's how I would characterize it, is they're doing the quiet work of our other units, and they're sort of keeping those programs going while we're trying to get this all resolved.
Well, I appreciate that. And if you could pass on to them that I don't think there's a low priority employee right now. And thank you for your commitment to do what you're doing. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. So with that, I don't believe I have any other folks asking to ask a question right now. I think I'll go ahead and wrap it up. And thank you very much, Ms. Caffaretta. It's been said a number of times. Thank you for tackling this position and the work that's going to be done. We've seen how important it is. And in my everyday job that I do outside the legislature, I'm talking with folks who are working their way through this process. Thank you very much. And we look forward to working with you. We hope the bill that was passed will give you some of the options and flexibility that the governor's office and Dieter and the assembly folks, we all work together on that Saturday morning to try to address some of those issues. And we look forward to the continued communication. I know there were a lot of questions. If you would work with our staff on putting answers to that together, and then we'll make sure that it gets reviewed, and then we will share it with committee members from there. So we'll try to put together a comprehensive document to answer all the questions that were posed. So with that, committee, I don't see any other questions. I believe we can go ahead and move forward and process this particular work item. So with that, I would accept a motion from Ms. Monroe Moreno and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you could please call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick, Assemblywoman Howdagee,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Dennis, Senator Dennis, Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the beginning of item E. We will take items E1 and E2 together. They're both the Office of Energy. Senator Brooks had questions on both of those. So if we could go ahead and bring up our representative from the Energy Office, and I'll turn it over to Senator Brooks to ask his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait till I see Energy Office up.
Morning, Senator. I'm here.
Oh, there you go. All right. Good morning, Director Bobsian. On item 1, where we're doing the transfer to the Nevada Electric Highway account, and it's coming from the Renewable Energy Fund. That's the transfer from that account, and that account is funded solely by renewable energy projects that were built around the state. And I'm just, do you have any sort of an indication of how the monies are going to be spent geographically in our state in the plan that you were putting forth that this funding would go to?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, David Bobson for the record, Governor's Office of Energy. Just as a highlight before I answer the questions, essentially what we're doing today is coming before the committee to request approval for this new program during the interim with $150,000 of support from our office to bring to the table with NV Energy to support their plan that was recently approved by the Public Utilities Commission as part of their annual plan, creating 2 new buckets within the electric vehicle demonstration program, one for low-income multifamily charging, as well as another program for governmental charging. So libraries, parks, facilities, et cetera, all across the state. I do want to address conceptually the labeling of this as being part of the Nevada Electric Highway. That is administratively correct, but this program could not be more distant from what we do with the Nevada Electric Highway in terms of how this program is going to be administered. This is primarily NV Energy accepting applications for different projects, funding those projects, and then we coming in on a reimbursement basis to assist with that. It's much more similar to the low-income solar energy program than it is the Nevada Electric Highway, where our office has charted and directed the location for various host sites in an attempt to build out charging corridors to assist drivers across the state. So yes, it is the Nevada Electric Highway category, but these monies are from the renewable energy account and not from the Volkswagen settlement that funds the Nevada Electric Highway work, primarily because, again, we thought that the administration of this program was more analogous to how we partner with NV Energy on LICEP, and that therefore it'd be more appropriate to use the Renewable Energy Fund than to go through the Volkswagen Trust, like what we do with the Nevada Electric Highway. So to answer the question, Senator Brooks, about the geographic dispersion of these funds, right now, as approved by the annual plan and the Public Utilities Commission, NV Energy's EVID program, and these two buckets in particular, don't have any specific geographies that are being looked at or targeted necessarily. Our intent at the office is to, once we go forward and we're in the game, as it were, in partnership with NV Energy, is to provide outreach assistance such that interested parties across the state can take advantage of this program. Again, it's important to note that this is part of the demonstration program. So these are relatively small pools of funding. At most, we're estimating 60 charging ports across the state could be supported with this funding. But we hope to be able to collect data through this program, get some experiences, understand what are the barriers technically on the ground that people have to deal with as they develop these projects, such that we can perhaps go to another level at some point in the future. Now, similar to other incentive programs that NV Energy participates in and administers, over time, for instance, the LICEP program has had a geographic split for the monies. And that is something that developed based on experience through time and ultimately approved by the commission. And so we'll certainly be looking at the experience gained in the opening of this program to see if that sort of a split is appropriate. Even with LICEP, which has a 50-50 north-south split, that is not a hard split. And oftentimes, after initial interest in applications, monies do still shift between those buckets, regardless of that split.
Madam Chair, may I follow up? So 75% will come from rate recovered funding from NV Energy. 25% will come from Renewable Energy Fund, is largely tax abatement dollars that came from Clark County, and some outside of Clark County, but largely in Clark County. And so I think that it is important that the Governor's Office of Energy make it known that the Nevada Legislature, at least this committee member, I think that they should be distributed proportionally. And so we've seen with low-income assistance, we've seen with renewable generations, disproportionate amounts of funding coming from the South and a 50-50 split north and south. That's not the way our population looks. And so any monies that we're going to move out of projects that were built in Southern Nevada into a program that is then matched with funding that came from Southern Nevada, I think there should be a proportional allocation of those projects that are funded under this new program in Southern Nevada. And so I don't, do you have the ability or the intention to make any sort of recommendations on where those allocations go? Or would that be based solely on NV Energy and their submission to the Public Utilities Commission?
Senator Brooks, David Bobstein for the record. I think step one is for this $150,000, we'd be happy to go back and look at that split, if you would, in terms of the geographic location of the abatements, county by county, just to your point, because it is a good one. And then I think at this point, as NV Energy goes forward with the administration of the program, we can certainly have that conversation with them as they're preparing for their portion of the money, 75%, and how they report back to the commission for future approvals of hopefully the future of this program. But then certainly for the 25% of that with 150,000 that we bring to the table, we'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you.
And Senator, does that address all your questions on both items, or was just item one?
Oh, that was just item one. I have a few more questions on item two, if possible.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue the discussion on items 1 and 2. It would be the chair's intent to take one motion on both unless I have an objection from any committee member. So let's go ahead and have the conversation on item number 2, and then we'll go from there, okay?
That sounds great. So if, with your permission, I'd like to ask a few questions on 2 first.
Let's go for it.
So on item number 2, we have, if you could just give us a brief kind of update on where we're at on the establishment of the Clean Energy Fund and when we anticipate seeing any funding coming in for loans to be secured.
Happy to, Senator. David Bobstein for the record. I guess the high level on this work program that's before you is I would call attention to how our budget was closed at the end of the 19th session. And we were directed to explore the use of remaining ARA funds for our participation in providing incubation support to the Nevada Clean Energy Fund. We were essentially told to ask the Department of Energy if we could do that. And then once we had a green light, hopefully from the Department of Energy, we could then come forward with requests for money for the 2 fiscal years that had just been closed. So essentially, this is one part we had to come back once we got the okay from DOE, which we did. The other part of this is delays that I would point to, both challenges we had in assembling the board and filling some vacancies. And then we were ready to go in February and we had a board meeting. We have support from the Coalition for Green Capital, which is a national NGO that assists these green banks across the country. We were ready to go to spend the money, begin the search for an executive director, staff the organization up, get it ready, and then the pandemic hit. And we adhered to the emergency spending freeze, but are coming forward now to try to restart this program, understanding that there is significant momentum on Capitol Hill for providing recovery under the umbrella of recovery, possible support to help capitalize green banks across the country. Do I think that that is a slam dunk and is going to happen in the near term? No, I don't. But it is an active conversation, and we'll have to see in the months to come if that happens. And so responsibly, I believe that Nevada should be ready for that possibility that funding support and help could come. So with this, the hope is to, I'll have to get to my lists here, my schedule. The hope was that we could be receiving money Q2 or Q3 of FY21. So we're talking about the end of this year, first part of next year. My hope is to be able to report significant progress on this in terms of making a hire for an executive director, beginning the fundraising to bring in capital such that we're ready to go next calendar year.
Thank you. And I have two more questions, if I may, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And so how will, after you've started up with these funds, you've used the funds for startup costs, how will the Nevada Clean Energy Fund cover its costs if lender fee revenue isn't coming in FY21?
Thank you, Senator Brooks. David Bobson for the record. That is the most important question, and I will hearken back to what I said during session. We have made a commitment for 2 fiscal years of incubation support. After that, we are out, and the rocket has to propel itself without our booster support. That said, with both the Coalition for Green Capital and our office providing support, there is recruitment of private funding support to assist with operations going forward. So yes, ideally there could be a percentage on the lending that helps with the operations, but I recognize full well that there will have to be likely foundation support, NGO support going forward. Our role at the state is to provide the incubation, but we will not be the long-term funder to assist this independent nonprofit going forward and doing its work.
Thank you for that. And then my final question is, I was part of that conversation when this bill came up and worked a little on it with Senator Spearman and many others, and also was appointed to the board of directors for the Clean Energy Fund and served on that board. The intention, and many of the other board members, most of the other board members are in Southern Nevada. It interfaces with GoEd, which has a strong presence in Southern Nevada. And then a lot of the opportunities, I would say most of the opportunities for clean energy projects that could be funded by this fund, and even the capital that it could attract, is down in Southern Nevada. So when we're looking at starting this and hiring this director and using the state's monies to hire this director for this fund and start this office up, it was believed with everyone on the board and a lot of the people who started this process that office would be in Southern Nevada and the director would be in Southern Nevada. Is that your intention?
Senator Brooks, thank you for the question. David Bobson for the record. That is absolutely our intention. Our board meeting in February was in Southern Nevada. Our preference for the executive director is to be in Southern Nevada for all the reasons you stated. In terms of the preponderance of possibilities for projects, for capital, for support, yes, in Southern Nevada.
And can I follow up really quickly, Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, Senator, go ahead.
And so here it is on the 20th of August. And have you identified a candidate for that director and started that conversation?
Senator Brooks, David Bobson for the record. No, we have not. We are in a position of hold until we have legislative authorization to go forward with the funds. Our partners at the Coalition for Green Capital, who will be executing the search with the assistance of a select group of board members, are ready to go and may very well be watching today's meeting, knowing that they need to get moving as soon as we have authority.
Thank you.
With that, committee members, are there any other questions on item number 2? Seeing no one and hearing no one, are there any objections from any committee members in processing items number 1 and 2 together with one roll call vote? Hearing no objections, then I would accept a motion to process items number 1 and 2 from Senator Brooks with a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, would you call the roll, please?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes, and also on the last vote, I had this internet connections, just wanted to be recorded as a yes on the last vote.
Will do. Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. Thank you, committee, for making that expeditious. So with that, next on our agenda was item number 4 that was requested to be pulled from Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Neal, if you'd like to go ahead. Come on up and if we could queue up the person on item number 4, Office of Workforce Innovation.
Yeah.
This is Matthew Tuma from the Administrative Services Division. We provide fiscal support for Owen.
Oh, okay. So I have 2 questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, number 1. The first question was around the grant. So the grant actually requires some data collection on the apprenticeships. And I guess what I've been wondering is, number 1, during COVID, how is that going? And then what specifically are they going to be tracking? Because it's apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship. And the grant specifically says that they have to provide data around those two areas.
So that would be a question I would defer to the program. If there's a representative from the program, if there is not, then we'll have to get back to you with how they do their data collection.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we not have a representative of the program available?
If no one's available, Chair, I'll defer and wait for a written response.
Okay, did you have a second question you want to pose just to get it on record, and then we'll do follow-up?
It was just those 2 questions around, what they're doing, and then the data collection on the apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship.
Okay, and thank you, Assemblywoman. So we'll have Ms. Jones follow up with them to get answers to your questions, and then we'll go from there. So are there any other questions on this item from any other committee members? Hearing none, I believe we can go ahead and process this item. I would accept a motion from Assemblywoman Neal to go ahead and process, with a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompata, could you please call the roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdagee.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiekefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompatek. I believe the next item that we had requested was item number 5 from Mr. Kramer. It's in reference to the Athletic Commission. If we could have the person from the Athletic Commission who's addressing this, go ahead and get queued up, and then we'll have Mr. Kramer ask his question.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and committee. This is Beth Mullen from the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Also, we have MA2 Frankie Mason with us here.
Okay, thank you very much for being available. Mr. Kramer, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at this, and under the justification gives the impression that because of COVID and the quarantining and the covering of overtime, that much of this expense is COVID related. So my question is, was there an attempt to go after CARES dollars for this money as opposed to just our reserve fund? Or actually not the reserve fund, but the random drug testing money?
I'm going to defer to MA2 Mason on this, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the committee. For the record, Frankie Mason, Management Analyst 2, Office of the Governor, Nevada Athletic Commission. Thank you for your question, sir. Yes, we were offered the opportunity to submit any COVID-related expenses, and it was the Executive Budget Officer that made the final decision of what made the list. So some of our administrative expenses were covered. However, we did have a balance of the random drug testing money in our budget that was unexpended and was available to transfer over to cover those costs. This obviously was an extreme situation, and for the health and safety and also to keep generating some dollars within the state of Nevada, we had to create specific protocols for COVID, which there was no way around of incurring those overtime costs. So yes, sir, we did fill out the appropriate documentation, and those costs were reviewed. I believe we were told that personnel expenses were a secondary item, and we did present those to the correct department, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from any other committee members? So, Mr. Kramer, would you be comfortable in making the motion to process this item?
Yes, ma'am. So moved.
I have a motion from Assemblyman Kramer to process item number 5. I have a second from Senator Woodhouse. Are there any questions?
Somebody made a management decision.
Mr. Kramer, your microphone is still on. I have a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any other questions or comments from any committee members? Hearing none, Mr. Kopmatic, if you would go ahead and call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella. Senator Kinsella.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. I believe our next item to discuss is item number 17, Department of Education School Remediation Trust Fund. That item was pulled by Assemblywoman Neal. So if we could have our presenter on this item queued up, please, so that, and just give us a brief explanation of what item number 17 is doing, and then I'll open it up to Assemblywoman Neal for her questions.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Heidi Hartz, and I serve as the Deputy Superintendent for Business and Support Services at the Department of Education. This work program is being submitted in compliance with Senate Bill 555, which required that the fiscal year 21 allocation amounts be revisited at the start of the fiscal year to take the amount of the appropriation and divide it by the total final count of pupils who would participate in the English language learning programs based on counts for fiscal year 20. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hart. Always so succinct and clear. I really appreciate that. So, Assemblywoman Neal, your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is around the count and what have you guys found out to be the per pupil expenditure for the English language learners for 20 now that we're going into the school year and we're doing distance learning? What's the recalculation?
For the record, parts for the record, the counts for the current fiscal year 21, were based on the number of pupils counted in fiscal year 20. And the per pupil funding amount equates to $713.47.
So and quick follow-up, so is there any, is there going to be any adjustment? Because I'm wondering what the services look like in terms of that per pupil dollar going to the Zoom children.
So I would record to Dr. Moore and Dr. Singh. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I apologize. For the record, I apologize for that. For the record, this is Sangdao Yang Kyo from the Nevada Department of Education. In terms of the services provided for Clark and Washoe, Zoom programming is a school-wide initiative, and right now it covers a variety of these services, including pre-K programs, reading skills centers, summer academies or intercessions for extended learning day. And then in addition, Zoom funds can also be used for professional development, recruitment and retention incentives, and then family engagement to support these specific students. In terms of the supports across what the rural districts, there is some flexibility. So typically it's not a school-wide implementation, but the most popular programs that are implemented within the past 2 years, and from what we've understand will continue for this upcoming school year with adjustments for digital learning will include pre-K programming, either the creation of that or the expansion of high quality pre-K programs, as well as reading acquisition. So technology-based tools and proven assessment tools, as well as other evidence-based programs and services and extended learning opportunities for these students.
Thank you for that, because that's what I was really trying to understand. So what are in terms of the reading centers, what those are going to look like in terms of the design for distance learning, how that funding is going to be applied, because it's a very different environment in the reading centers, and also the extended day, and what that looks like in terms of the payment structure in a Zoom school, right? Because extended day is now distance education. And so what do those supports look like? Because I was really trying to get an understanding of, I know we have the money, but what that payment structure now looks like within an online environment.
This is Dr. Jonathan Moore for the record, Assemblywoman Neal. So when it comes to learning at a distance, we know that many of those same supports have to be replicated, but with slight modifications. And so when we talk about, for example, literacy centers or instruction, we know that they potentially could be costs associated with converting videos and other online tools to include enhancements such as closed captioning. We also know that given English learners, supports may be needed to promote video conferencing tools. So as educators are working on meeting the needs of students according to what's been designated. So although the same supports will be needed, there may be slight modifications, which these funds can certainly be used to provide.
Thank you for that. And then just one final question, Chair, and then I'm done. There have been constituents asking, how do they access this in the early, for number one, pre-K and kindergarten, because they have a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old who does not know how to use the Canvas tool or Discovery Ed, or have not been acclimated to the existing Zoom structure, and now they're being introduced on a distance model. And so I'm wondering, what have you guys done in terms of that age limitation, being that the younger school age children who we're trying to prepare and develop, how they are going to access this for a great foundation?
This is Dr. Jonathan Moore for the record. Thank you for that question, Assemblywoman Neal. You're absolutely right. At the K-5 grade level, it is a concern the degree to which students are able to fully engage in distance learning. With regard to the state, we're providing access to Canvas for grades 6 through 12. However, through our work with our digital engineers, we do recognize that in several districts, there are students who will be engaged at the K-5 level. And so we're currently determining what professional development is needed for teachers to be able to not only introduce distance learning platforms, but also implement them with students at such a young age. And so we're currently engaged in that now, trying to ascertain what the need is, and then developing those supports that will help educators in those grade levels.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
You're welcome, Assemblywoman, and it's a very unique background you have there. So with that, we can go ahead. Are there any other questions from any other committee members on item number 17?
Dennis.
Senator Dennis?
I was having some connection issues. Sorry, I just have a quick question on, I noticed in here, because I hadn't seen a whole lot about this on the pre-K issue. I guess I had a question about the Lyon County School District deciding not to do that, and just wondering what's happened with those kids. If I don't know if we have anybody that can answer that.
I believe you're on number 18, Senator Dennis, or are you on 17?
You're right. It's number 18. Thank you.
That's okay. I knew you had questions on 18 also, so that's not a problem at all. Just want to make sure we keep the record correct. So committee members, are there any other questions on item number 17? Hearing none, if we're comfortable in processing this, I would go ahead and accept a motion from Assemblywoman Neal to go ahead and process item number 17 with a second from Speaker Frierson. Are there any questions or comments on that motion? Hearing none. If Mr. Kompotek, if you could go ahead and call the roll for me, please. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Mr. Kompotek, Assemblywoman is having difficulty connecting right now, so we'll go back to her later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
I would circle back to Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Mr. Kompotek. And when the majority leader is able to connect again, we'll go back and allow her to record her votes appropriately. So with that, I believe item number 18 is next, Department of Education, Office of Early Learning and Development. I believe we have Ms. Hartz also for this one. And I know Senator Dennis had questions. So Ms. Hartz, if you would just do a brief walkthrough, and then I'll go to Senator Dennis.
Thank you. For the record, Heidi Hartz. During the special session, the Department of Education received a budgetary reduction for pre-K services. We testified during the legislative session the intent to backfill the general fund reduction with GEAR dollars, which is an allowable use of these funds. This work program does replace the general fund dollars that were reduced in fiscal year 21 so that we can continue to fund the same number of seats at the same dollar value as was funded in fiscal year 20, with the exception of the Lyon County School District, which declined their funding and their seats for fiscal year 21. There is no funding in fiscal year 21, therefore, for those seats. Be happy to answer any questions.
I will go to Senator Dennis, and then I have a question also after he finishes. Senator Dennis.
Thank you. So you probably heard it on the last one. My concern is with Lyon County, with them refusing the money. Does that mean that they're not going to provide a program for those kids, or do they have some alternative?
Heidi Hartz for the record. Senator Dennis, we'd be happy to reach out to the Lyon County School District to see if they have made any options available for those students.
Great, thank you. And with the rest of the school districts, are they all participating, or were there already some there that weren't participating from the beginning?
Heidi Hartz for the record. I do not believe that any other school districts or subrecipients have indicated that they will not be continuing to participate in this program in fiscal year 21.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Hartz, we had heard public comment this morning from a representative from United Way. I believe it was in support of this item. Is this the item that they were referring to?
Heidi Hartz for the record. I believe so.
Yes. So my question would be, as this money goes to the United Way, is there an indirect cost that they take off of this item? Is there an admin fee that United Way takes out of this portion that does not end up getting to the classroom?
Heidi Hartz for the record. Madam Chair, I don't have that subgrant agreement in front of me, but I'd be happy to look at that and get back to you.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. We always want to know how much money, when we appropriate this to get to the classroom, how much is actually getting to the classroom. So I would be very interested in making sure that those figures are available. So as soon as you can get those to us, I would appreciate it. Just send it to staff and we'll make sure that we share it with committee members. Thank you very much, Ms. Hartz. Are there any other questions on this item from any other committee members?
Madam Chair.
Senator Kickover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hartz, because this is fiscal year 21, would the funding for Lyon County be carried over as base into the next biennium?
Heidi Hartz for the record. Senator Kekepper, the Department of Education, as is the case with many state agencies, use fiscal year 20 as the baseline for the building of our fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 budget.
Right. So my question is, there will be funding for Lyon County as a part of the base budget presented for the next biennium?
Heidi Hartz for the record. Yes, the funding would be available in fiscal year 22 and 23 absent any changes in the governor's recommended budget or the legislatively approved budget or any changes in the methodology used to disperse funds to individual school districts.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time on this particular item? Hearing or seeing no one speak up or raise their hand, I believe we could go ahead and move forward on this item. I would go ahead, if you're comfortable, Senator Dennis, I would go ahead and accept a motion to process this item from Senator Dennis and a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you could call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Would you like your vote for the previous item to be designated as a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kekeffer.
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. So with that, I believe our next item was requested to be discussed, pulled from the list by Assemblywoman Titus. It's item number E20, Department of Ag, Nutrition Education Programs. If we could have that representative available, give us a brief overview, and then we'll open it up to questions from Dr. Titus.
Good morning, Madam Chair of the committee. My name is Andre Yurdi, the Fiscal Administrator at the Nevada Department of Agriculture. With us on the call is Patricia Hoppy, who is our Deputy Administrator for the department's Food and Nutrition Division.
Morning.
Good morning. The purpose of the work program is to establish fiscal year 2021 authority for the $54,919,000 Child Nutrition Program block grant for the CARES Act that was awarded on April 24th, 2020, to support meal programs throughout the state. A previous work program was approved at the June IFC for $29,381,000 as the fiscal year 20 portion of this $54 million grant. This will be supporting school districts and sponsors throughout the state.
Thank you. So with that, Dr. Titus, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. I actually have a couple of them. I was on an interim finance committee meeting yesterday, and we heard from Director Ott regarding these programs and the need for food security, especially in this time of COVID and feeding our kids. Many times the meals they have, the one meal that they're guaranteed is their breakfast meal at school and their lunch meal at school. And with this COVID crisis that we've had and schools closing, we needed to change, and I understand that. And I'm looking at the justification for this program was the waiver needed for not having non-congregate meals, because this money is limited to, it has to be eaten on site. And so the waiver's there. My concern is how long this waiver will actually exist. According to the documents that you submitted, it expired on June 30th, or when the emergency proclamation, the federal emergency health proclamation is over. Do you have any idea, since this is now funding for the 2021 funds, how long we can use it in this manner? Any heads up on how long that will continue?
Andre Yurdi for the record. Thank you for your question, Dr. Titus. The duration of the grant is through September 30th, 2020. But with respect to the particular question, I would have to defer to my colleague in program to see if she may be able to assist on that one.
For the record, this is Patricia Hoppy, Deputy Administrator with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. Thank you for your question. With regard to the waiver, this particular waiver, which is non-congregate feeding, and it's also considered grab and go or parent pickup, this waiver has actually been extended for the entire school year through June 30, 2021.
Great, that's reassuring. The next question I have is, we know that there's been some changes and increased costs. A lot of this money that we have, this is CARES Act money, but we were getting federal funds for the SNAP programs and breakfast and lunch and school programs. And this is an additional amount of money. Is that not correct?
Andre Yurdi for the record. Thank you for your question. Yes, Dr. Titus, that is correct. This is additional money. The $54,919,000 is strictly for meals.
So do you have a breakdown of what, because we were already getting money for meals, and we were already providing meals in these schools for these kids. And I was just curious about where's the additional cost? Do you have a breakdown on is it the packaging now that we're spending this money on? Does the food cost more? Are we using different foods? So now we're putting it in a bag and you can grab and go. So where's the $54 million increase in cost to these food programs why is that so expensive versus what we were already doing? And that's one question. Second question is, have we seen an increase, and do you have an absolute number on people that were served by this money? And is that an increase from what prior to COVID that we used? And so I would be interested in those two numbers, the difference in cost and the number of people actually served.
Andre Yurdy for the record. Thank you for the question. We do have some statistics regarding the need and the increases in need for the child and adult care food assistance program, the National School Lunch Program, lunch and breakfast programs, and the summer food service programs, which we can provide to you. But that information is here, and that's the basis for the $25 million projection. In terms of the differences in the increase in cost, this is largely due to increases in volume, the number of meals that are being provided. Again, I would defer to Deputy Director Hoppy if she can add any additional information.
For the record, Patricia Hoppy, Deputy Administrator with the Department of Agriculture. So this bucket of money, this $54 million, was something that was awarded to the state of Nevada, to our child nutrition programs from USDA. Every state agency received a particular bucket of money. It is directed specifically to meal reimbursement costs that started March 1st because of the pandemic. So the other typical funding that we have that we would use to reimburse meals, we have been able to put that on hold, so to speak, and they have this bucket of money that runs March 1st through September 30th that is being used strictly for meal reimbursement during the pandemic. There are other allowable costs that they can purchase things. They don't get a direct reimbursement, for example, for PPE, but they can use the money that they get from their meal reimbursement from this money for supplies like packaging, because you're absolutely right. We've moved to a grab and go. And so there are different expenses that they would not normally have if they were operating out of a cafeteria, and they are allowed to purchase those types of supplies and items with the meal reimbursement money that they get. With respect to the amount, I have to say that we were just given this amount by USDA. It was just assigned to us. We were not involved in a particular formula. We can't even tell you how they decided to give Nevada $54 million. And every other state agency and territory experience the same thing. That's the bucket of money that we were awarded for this period of time that we have to be able to use through September 30th. I hope that addresses your question.
Well, I think I need more. What would be our cost? What's the everyday cost that you have before COVID? This is $54 million that we're supposed to use by a certain date. How much money were you already spending? And have you then not had to spend that because you could use this $54 million?
For the record, Patricia Hoppy, Department of Agriculture. I don't have that number with me. We can actually get that number back to you, the cost. I can tell you that our meals did go down. So that's why I'm trying to explain that this 54 million, we don't really have a particular formula or rhyme or reason. It wasn't because our costs went up, but I will tell you that what we experienced when school closures happened, because cafeterias were then closed, volume for some school districts, schools, charter schools, we have a variety of different sponsors, did go down. We also, our child and adult care food program, for example, a lot of their centers, they are child care centers, home centers, adult centers, they closed completely. And it took them a while before they reopened. So that's another volume of meals that were reimbursed out of this that went down. And I think that was a big part of the beginning with all of the closures until everything got settled, sites got opened up. We had more feeding distribution sites across the states. It took some of our rural counties a little bit longer to jump up in there and get things going. So that's kind of the best way that I can explain in terms of volume.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess what I really need, this money was used to supplement versus supplant your budget? You already had a fixed budget, and So I'm just trying to see what will happen. Will you be able to spend all of this money? And if not, does it revert back to the federal government? And it seems like, as you said, your meals have actually gone down. There are some increasing costs with packaging, et cetera, and I get that. But I'm just trying to justify the budget line items on where we're spending this money. And if you don't use it all, do you need that $25 million? Will you be able to use it? And I'm just needing some reassurance that this money is being well spent and not just being thrown at folks without really a use or a plan.
Well, Dr. Titus, I can tell you in my world that there are hungry people coming to my door every day. So I don't believe any money that goes for food would be a waste at all. There's a lot of folks out there requesting food assistance right now, especially since the kids are out of school and are not going back. So I don't think we have to worry about just throwing money at food. I think it's a very important issue. But I do have the same question. If the money is not spent, as in other CARES Act dollars, will that money have to be returned to the administration, to the federal government?
For the record, Patricia Hoppy from the Department of Agriculture. Yes, we have a liquidation date of September 30th for this particular amount of money, and it will revert back. With respect to there not being a plan, so to speak, there is a plan with respect to this money is specifically used to reimburse meals for our sponsors and program operators of the National School Lunch Program, which are schools, school districts, charter schools, faith-based schools, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, which are some of those community organization centers that I mentioned, like a child care center, an adult care center, and then the Summer Food Service Program, which has been operating since school closure started and will go through August 31st of this month. All of those sponsors, which are community-based sponsors and some school sponsors, and that is kind of a universal free meal program, the Summer Food Feeding Program that we've been operating, which feeds any child 18 and under that comes up to a site. So it's different from the school programs. And so that's the specific use of this money. And there are a variety of different program sponsors that are getting their meals or creditable meals reimbursed by this particular amount of money.
Great. And to Chair Carlton's point, and I recognize that, and that was the reason I'm asking these questions, because we know food insecurity is throughout our state. And as Chair Carlton mentioned, she has folks who are hungry, and we know people are trying to find access to healthy foods, let alone any food. And so I'm wondering if it has to be spent in a certain amount of time and they're coming to food banks, et cetera. Can you purchase food with this money that then the money has to be used, but can we purchase food that has a certain shelf life so that we don't end up not getting the adequate use of this funds for food? Because again, it's critical that people have access to food. And that'll be my last question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the record, Patricia Hoppy with the Department of Agriculture. Unfortunately, no. So one of the things that we struggled with this particular funding, and again, this was a surprise to state agencies, including all of the state agencies that are in our Western region that we work with and collaborate with weekly, as well as all of those across the nation. This money was a surprise. It took a little while to understand what it could be used for. It has a very narrow use, which is, as I've said before, only meal reimbursements based on claiming and counting of program sponsors and operators. That said, the reimbursement money that they get back for the meals they've served, they can purchase food with that money. It was a struggle because it has such a narrow focus. We can't approve equipment to be purchased. So for example, home delivery, mobile delivery came along, and I apologize if I'm giving you more information than you want, but I do want to explain the narrow use of this funding and how it was a bit frustrating for us because there were other things we could have done if we had less restrictions. If we had a school that wanted to get a refrigerated van and do home delivery, which became part of the guidance that USA said could happen, this money couldn't be used for that. It can't be used for equipment. It can be used for supplies such as coolers, packaging for grab and go meals, those types of allowable costs to purchase food. It cannot be used for sponsor admin funds. It cannot be used, for salaries per se. So unfortunately, no, we cannot go out and purchase food with this particular bucket of money.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Dr. Titus, and I think we're all feeling the same frustration with the federal administration not communicating with us and not giving us the flexibility to be able to address some of the individual state needs that we need to address, and putting arbitrary timelines on assistance that needs to go to folks. It's we find that is not working well, doesn't fit every state. So it would be better if they communicated with us. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case in this particular item. And I know that food banks and food pantries that are very important to a lot of these communities are not able to access some of these dollars. And I believe that was a large oversight on the federal government's part in not addressing that, because we are frontline folks who make sure that our folks are fed. So with that, I believe Assemblywoman Neal had a question on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So my question was around, I understand, based on the explanation, summer program will end August 31st, and then you have the month of September. But in terms of like reimbursement, have any of the school districts given you a projection on what they're going to be doing, and also have they shared logistically with the distance learning day how these children are going to access that food in September?
For the record, Patricia Hoppy from the Department of Agriculture. We don't have a great deal of specific information. Our school nutrition program staff do host a weekly forum with all of our program sponsors, specifically for the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast, Special Milk, about reopening and what they're doing. What they will most likely be going to is National School Lunch will kick in when schools reopen. And so they will revert back to the standard National School Lunch Program. They can still do all of the same types of feeding. They can have non-congregate feeding. They can have parent pickup. They have grab and go. All of those waivers have been approved, like I said, through June 30th, 2021. So they can use the same type of distribution model. The difference that will happen after August 31st is that they will no longer be able to operate a summer feeding program, with tea-based program where any child can eat, as we discussed, kind of like a universal free. Because they will revert back to the school feeding programs, eligibility and enrollment will now become an issue. And so that is one of the things that we decided to host the forum for, to help all of our program sponsors and operators with different ways of how they can do that in terms of verifying eligibility and enrollment with the school sites. We also, I would add, if you don't mind, we have applied for a statewide waiver to USDA, Food and Nutrition Services, to extend summer feeding program operations through the school year, through June 30, 2021, because we believe that is important for our state.
And so, and my next question and final question is, in regards to the eligibility, have the agency school districts shared with you how they are dealing with the communication of that, right? Because since we're still in COVID, there's probably an assumption that all kids can eat because of the pandemic still being there, versus the eligibility requirement, which is you need to fill out that application so your kid can get lunch. And then just quick follow-up, how they're handling 10 and under, right? In terms of them being able to eat. Little kids are not going to do grab and go, right? Without a parent.
Patricia Hoppy for the Department of Agriculture. We don't have communication from all of our schools and school districts directly. We do know that they are communicating whatever method they normally use to communicate information to their families and their households and their parents. They will be communicating how that will work. Some of you may have seen an article that's starting next week describing Clark County School District and what they're doing. Those meals will be available for all children. One of the things that Clark County decided to do was have different meal times to be able to pick up. They will have to figure out how they're going to determine their eligibility. You know, some schools have a sales system that they will be able to use, that they can check enrollment at multiple different schools. But that's really something that's handled at the local education agency level with respect to communicating that with their parents. So we don't necessarily have all of the information. We are working with USDA in our Western region and our other Western region states to try and provide as many options as we can to help them. You know, we're kind of learning as we go. We're kind of all trying to feel our way. And so we are trying to provide as much support as we can. But eligibility is really handled at the local education agency level, not with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time? Seeing or hearing none, I believe we can go ahead and process this item. So with that, I would accept a motion from Dr. Titus, if you're comfortable with that, Dr. Titus.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, I move to approve E20.
E20, and I would take a second from Speaker Frierson or Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you could call the roll, please. And I do believe Ms. Benitez Thompson is still out of the queue right now.
Okay. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Sittlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek, and I've been informed that Mr. Hambrick will not be able to join the meeting today. So if you would, in Ms. Jones, if in roll call, you would mark him as absent, and Mr. Kompotek on these votes, if you would mark him as absent today. Thank you very much, and then you'll no longer need to call his name in roll call. The committee, just so that you know, I plan on doing item number 36 and item 5(1)B together. Item 36 will require a vote, but we'll discuss both of those items, and then we will be taking a break for lunch. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with item number 36, Department of Health and Human Services, Public and Behavioral Health, the Chronic Disease Program. This is in reference to the dental health officer, which we had a lot of discussions about last session. So if we could go ahead and bring up the presenter on this, just give us a brief overview on the solution to the problems and questions that we had on this issue last session. And then I'll go ahead and open it up to questions from the committee.
Sure.
Hi, everybody. Julia Peak with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. I'm also joined by Debbie Reynolds here in Carson. And then we have Dr. Capurro joining us remotely from Las Vegas. In front of you today is a work program to support Nevada's oral health program as defined in Nevada Revised Statute 439.272 to 439.2791. The program is supported by our clinical experts, and that's our dental health officer and our state dental health hygienist. As requested during last session, our oral health program has developed a braided funding stream to support the program in perpetuity. For this state fiscal year, it's going to be a combination of 3 different funding streams, and I'll go through those quickly and just give an example of what the positions will be doing. This also has allowed us to remove the reliance on the radiological health fees that has been an issue the last few years. So the first program is our HIV program, and they have been able to this last year develop an oral health program of which these clinical experts can help support. As of today, for our Ryan White Part B programs, we have a total of 553 clients enrolled. And so again, these experts can help support that program and oversee the services. Our next program that's going to support oral health services is our maternal and child health program. They have supported the program in the past as well. And the 2 clinical positions will specifically be helping us with our objectives for the maternal and child health program. Again, pregnant women, infants, and children will be the focus of these specific deliverables and funding. And then last is the Fund for Healthy Nevada. And this will more broadly support the position in the programs. An example of what these funds will provide support for: oral health education and prevention of oral health disease, support across our division. That includes support for the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy in their programming, oral health surveillance and access issues. And then lastly, this will allow the position to have some flexible funding to look at other grants and funding opportunities going forward. With that, we're happy to take any questions, or if we didn't address anything, please let us know.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to Ms. Monroe Moreno for the first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be quick on question. I appreciate the explanation and on finding the funding, but it appears that the funding mechanism and solution that we've come up with is just for FY 2021. Could you let us know in a little bit more detail what the long-term solution for funding these positions will be?
Hi, Debbie Reynolds, Deputy Administrator for the record. Because this is a clinical position, as long as the job duties are aligned to solely benefit the Medicaid program, it would be eligible for 75% federal reimbursement. So we are looking to transfer the position to the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy so that we can maximize the revenue for the position.
And I'll just add, this is Julia Peak again for the record. That's in reference to our dental health officer position. There's also another position defined in statute, and that's our public health dental hygienist position. That position will remain at the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. And so the combination of the 2 positions, though functioning and funded differently, it's going to braid the funding streams to allow DHHS to get the maximum benefits of the positions.
Thank you. So as we look forward, moving forward to FY 2022 and 2023, with the braiding that you're discussing, we shouldn't have to come back and have the discussion in the future, taking care of the funding for those 2 positions.
Yeah, Julia Peak for the record, that's the plan you'll see in front of you. So unless anything were to change drastically, we think this is a sustainable model for our oral health program. Again, we're going to go after as many categorical oral health grants that we can get. So hopefully we'll do nothing but build, but we hope this will at least sustain the 2 positions that are noted in statute.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe Moreno. It's a very important position, and I'm glad you guys all put your thinking hats on and figured out a way to do this, because the other way we were funding it just wasn't going to work going forward. So I believe this is a much better model going forward to fund this particular item. So item 36 does require a vote. It is an action item. Are there any other questions or comments from any other committee members on item number 36? Seeing or hearing none, I would go ahead and accept a motion from Ms. Monroe Moreno to process item number 36, and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Questions or comments? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you could call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Hambrick. Pardon me. Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Titus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Sittlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. The next item we're going to discuss is an informational item. I believe it was N51B. I think that's my bingo code for that item. Dealing with N5B1, sorry about that, Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Nevada Cancer Registry. So with that, if I could have whoever's here for that one be queued up, give us a brief overview, and then I do believe there are a couple of questions we'd like to get on the record.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Lisa Sherrick, Administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. I first want to pause and thank the Interim Finance Committee for their general fund support last state fiscal year. With this funding, the Nevada Central Cancer Registry, or NCCR for short, was able to hire the staff needed to meet gold standard certification. This represents a standard of data completeness and quality that allows the data to be analyzed with national statistics and truly represents the disease burden in our state. As you know, NCCR only had general fund for the first fiscal year. However, NCCR did receive another $25,000 in the CDC grant for the registry and also had some carryover funds from that same grant. Between this funding and the other efficiencies that the registry has implemented, we are hoping we can maintain the staffing needed to reach gold standard again this year. Reaching this standard starts way before the data hits the registry, so I also want to thank all the reporting facilities and providers who supply data to the registry. Without their data, even with the staffing, the registry would be unsuccessful. Though NCCR did not fully implement regulation changes or bill healthcare providers for abstraction, they did move forward with noticing all required reporters if they were not compliant with reporting. This non-reporting could result in an administrative fine. However, all are now in the process of reporting or establishing the reporting, so no fine from this section has been collected. After much work since session ended, it is clear that statute changes could greatly improve the operation of the registry and are necessary for operational and financial sustainability. Traditional cancer data collection has been primarily from hospitals in the past, which was the focus of the statute changes in 2015. As medical advances have occurred, diagnosis and treatment of certain cancers has moved from the acute care hospital setting to physician or medical office, and therefore the current statute allowed for data to be missed or incomplete. The NCCR supplements hospital data with reports from non-hospital sources, such as facilities and providers who diagnose
and/or treat cases that are not seen in the hospital. In addition, death certificates and pathology laboratory reports are used to help identify cases that are missed in this routine reporting by hospitals, healthcare facilities, and providers of healthcare offices. Any duplicate reports are consolidated in the data editing process. The purpose of this concerted effort is to alleviate underreporting or delay in reporting, which can adversely affect incident rates and research from incomplete data collections. DBPH has come to the conclusion that the statute needs to allow for reporting in all these settings and a braided funded stream to support these efforts. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for working on this. There were some concerns expressed last session. So it seems like there's been a bit of progress, but not as much as I would have hoped. I'll go ahead and open it up for questions. I believe Ms. Monk had questions to start.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that information that you've provided. It was my understanding that the division was to develop a revenue mechanism mainly to reinstate the fee system that was removed in 2015. My first question is, why has the division not pursued the proposed regulation changes to revise the reporting fees in order to address an impending solvency issues for the budget?
Julia Peak for the record. So we did, upon finishing the session, we did work on regulations with the LCB team, and we do want to thank them for their support in that regard. One of the challenges that we ran into almost immediately is there's another portion within statute that a provider of healthcare does not need to report if they didn't diagnose the case. And so, not to get too much in the weeds, but we ran into a problem where many providers said they would completely halt reporting to the registry and argue that they didn't need to provide that data. And so the initial problem we tried to address with the registry is we had a lack of reporting. And so we were able to overcome that. Many large cancer centers started reporting data to us. So we were getting the quantity of data that we needed. And we needed the CTRs, the certified tumor registrars, to complete final abstracting of the data to send on to our federal partners. And so they said basically that if we were to implement this abstracting fee for providers of healthcare, they would go back to the other part of the statute where it basically said they didn't have to report. And so we soon found out there was this catch-22, and the purpose of the registry is complete data. So we know what's happening So we know what's happening with cancer in our state. So we can't have the data stop coming to the registry. We wouldn't have the data to extract. We don't need the staffing at the end of the day for that. And so basically, we did try to work on regulations as was directed. We just knew that this would cause major damage to the registry ongoing. And so we've devoted our effort now to bringing forward a plan for next session, where we address what's required in the statute to make the changes in order to get the data. And then we also have a plan to develop the revenue that would allow us to sustain the registry as well. We do think the statute changes are what's necessary at this time.
So can you
Ms. Monk, I don't want to cut you off, but I think it's important that we clarify something with Ms. Peak right now. So did I hear you correctly in saying that these providers, cancer providers, basically said, if you make us pay this fee, we won't report and then we won't get data?
Yeah. For the record, there's a portion within statute that says the provider of healthcare does not need to report if they didn't diagnose the cancer. And many of the treatment facilities that fall outside the hospitals did not diagnose the cancer. They're providing treatment. And so they are the bulk of the cases that are coming through that allowed us to get the quantity needed, thousands of cases per year that they've provided to the registry. And so within that statute, the way they interpret it, that they technically do not need to report that case. And so we did get that feedback from them. But I do want to say,
it was a fee that was being requested ultimately.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you, my apologies.
Oh, no, and I'm sorry, there's a lag time. but this conversation evolved from the discussion around paying the abstraction fee.
Julia Peak, for the record, yes, ma'am. That's what caused it. They felt they're reporting voluntarily, and we appreciate their records. Again, that helps us get the complete data needed. They do feel they're doing it voluntarily. So if we were to charge them an expense for voluntarily reporting, they would choose potentially not to voluntarily report that information.
Okay. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing the bill draft that comes forward to address some of these issues. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm sorry, Ms. Monk, I cut you off. If you'd like to go.
No, that's fine, Madam Chair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Then that's probably why you haven't invoiced any fees for the last 6 months. Is that correct?
Julia Peak, for the record, that is correct.
I have one more question, Madam Chair. You said you had a plan for the bill draft coming in. Can you kind of share the revenue and how you plan to continue to be solvency for the Nevada Cancer Center in future years?
Julia, for the record, I believe the actual bill draft is still confidential. So I'll just tell you how we came about the ideas. We looked at who already invests a great deal in the benefit of our registry. And our hospital systems are already investing in cancer tumor registrars locally. We use the investment that they make in the CTRs as a maintenance of effort for our cancer grant. So the hospitals have been providing great support. So what we then looked at is who provides data to the registry that's not providing compensation back to the registry or contributing financially. And then we developed a plan as to how we could recover revenue from the other reporting entities. And so that's what hopefully you'll see in front of you next session.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, are there any other questions from any other committee members on this particular item? This is not an action item. It's for information purposes.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Speaker.
And I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second and I believe that I heard some of this being addressed, but I wanted to make sure that we visited, and I know Ms. Peak was talking about it, the notion that we were asking for fees from people who were voluntarily providing information that was not really part of their function. So can you again, I think that you went over it, but because I stepped away, how is that intended to be addressed moving forward?
Thank you, Speaker Firestone. Julia Peak, for the record. So in the budgetary BDR that you'll hopefully see in front of you next session, we clean up some of that language. And so we're not only working with our partners at CDC to pull some model language from other states, we also looked at what states are successful and other partner states. So what we hope to do is revise the portion of statute where it reflects perhaps there's voluntary reporting and make sure it's mandated reporting across the board. As you know, we do want to get reports from all the different facilities, not just hospitals. And so duplication is good. It helps us ensure that there's a complete record. And so we would look at removing the language where it appears that they could not have to report.
So when you say they could not have to, I mean, I guess what I'm concerned about is and it was my understanding some time ago when I was approached with this issue that the goal was to collect data and that we were just not able, either from a technical standpoint or from a manpower standpoint, able to track who these providers were. And so we were going through this other entity that happened to have the information but wasn't the one providing the service. So are you saying that we are going to continue to expect the go-betweens to pay a fee as well because we can't go, because we don't have any other way to get the doctor's information? Or are we trying to find a better way to get the doctor's information so that we're actually charging the folks that are providing this service as opposed to the go-between that, it just seems like it's putting them in an awkward position of having to kind of out their client base when they're not even the one providing the service?
Julia Peak, for the record, great question. So we want to make sure that everybody who's contributing to the registry is contributing not only data, but financially in an equivalent manner. And so we are well aware and have the conversations that you just expressed as well with those in-between facilities. What I think needs to be clarified as well is they all contribute different information. So the part of statute where that in-between facility might not have diagnosed the case and therefore didn't think they should report, they were treating the case and were required to provide that treatment information back up to the feds as well. So an equally important part of that abstracted record. And so what we want to do is ensure that the person who diagnosed, so maybe that primary care provider, the person who treated, which is the more complex service, a cancer center, a hospital, or otherwise, that they also report and contribute financially, but that it's equal and equivalent, and we don't just charge, for example, hospitals when we know they're only a portion of the cancer spectrum and as far as diagnosis, treatment, et cetera.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think that clarifies or reminds me there's a diagnosis and then a treatment. And so it was currently supposed to be the diagnose portion of it, and the treatment was being charged. And now you're saying that we're going to be looking at spreading that out throughout the entire community in a way, and look how other states are doing it.
Julia Peak for the record. Yes, sir, that's how we developed the proposal that you'll hopefully hear next session.
Great. All right. I'll look forward to it. I appreciate you explaining that.
Madam Chair, Dr. Tice, may I ask a question?
Yes. Go ahead, Dr. Titus.
Thank you. Ms. Peak, thank you for the information. You and I have met on this very subject in the past. I have had some concerns that about how the formula was done and how we were charged. And I, as a provider who sees Medicaid patients, may take off a lesion in my office, and that lesion happens to be a basal cell cancer. But I'm losing money now, especially I was losing money before, but I'll lose the additional 6% now as a provider of a Medicaid patient. Now I'm going to lose more money to take off that basal cell cancer. How are you looking at the individual providers in our offices now charging us even to report that? So I think someone asked a question earlier, you mean doctors aren't, we're not reporting, but why would we report if I'm going to lose an additional $35 that I've already lost some money to see the patient to begin with? Why am I now paying $35 to tell you I took off a basal cell cancer off of a patient? And so I think I need some clarity on where you're going with that. Sure, when you talk about equity and people paying to report, and that's the disconnect I have with a system where those of us who, we're not the big cancer centers, we're individual doctors in an office, trying to do the best we can from these patients, and we wouldn't report that cancer because then it's going to cost me money to do that. So I just need some clarity where we would be charged then to report that cancer.
Thank you, Dr. Titus. Julia Peak for the record, I do just want to pause and thank you again for the hour that you took, and I explained all the weeds of this. So I just, sorry, I don't know why our video turned off. Apologies. So the plan that we have in front of us, without reading the whole BDR to you, we're looking at not a per case reporting fee, but a fee attributed to a license, so that it's a known, very low fee and spread across many entities. It would be a very minimal impact, but shared more broadly. And then that also for the registry, it's a lot to have us invoice a per case reporting fee. And that's one of the things we would have had to look at with the direction we were trying to do with the regulations we developed. It would be a huge burden on the registry and a huge burden on the provider reporting. So I think we've cleaned that up in the proposal that we have. The benefit of this, as you and I talked about it as well, is a minimal known fee to contribute to the registry versus a large unknown fee based on the number of cancer cases that the doctor may see over the course of the year. So I think we've controlled for that in the proposal that we have. And we're just trying now to think about all the unintended consequences again and making sure that we're very thoughtful in how we implement that. As soon as that BDR becomes public, we have many partners in the community that we look forward to having this detailed discussion with. And at this point, it's just conceptual until that gets finalized.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate the clarification. And just also along that same line, I'm wondering when you can share it, that if I might have taken off 3 cancers on a person in one day. And so the concern was I'd get 3 charges by reporting them on the same patient. So we'll need some clarification on those issues too.
Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time? Hearing no other questions, this was an informational item, so there is no action to be taken. So with that, we'll go ahead and close this item. As I mentioned earlier, I was planning on taking a break after this item. We're just about 4 minutes behind where I thought we might be. So with that, committee members, we're at about 12:34, 12:35. If everyone would please, I'm going to give you about 30 minutes. So a little bit after 1, if everyone could be back and have your cameras on. That way we do have a lot more to do today and a couple of big issues right when we come back discussing Medicaid. So with that, we will go ahead and recess for approximately 30 minutes. Thank you all very much.
Clear.
Okay. You never know when these things are going to look like they're fixed, but they're broken.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
We'll give it a few more minutes. How many folks do we have back? Hey, there we go. Majority Leader, you got something to work. Congratulations.
Yes, at least for the moment.
It's hard to tell how many people we have. News and I think we're looking pretty good. Miss Jones, can you tell how many folks are back? It's hard for me to find everyone. I think we are good to proceed. Do I have all the staff folks back?
Madam Chair, I'm here. I don't see three members on video yet.
Okay. I think we can go ahead and proceed. We have Mr. Kompotic and everyone else. That's good. Okay.
I'm ready, Madam Chair.
Okay. All righty. So with that, committee members, I'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Our next item of business is E83. Dr. Titus had requested that one to be pulled. It is the Department of Wildlife Data and Technology Services. So if we have someone available in the queue to give us a very brief overview of what item number 83 does, and then we'll open it up for Dr. Titus to ask her questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Carlton. Jack Robb, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Wildlife, for the record. This work program will provide data and technology services sufficient budget authority to cover a shortfall from application hunt system category. Expenses in higher fiscal year due to an increase in license sales, meaning department contractor payments are higher as well. The Nevada Department of Wildlife has seen an increase in hunt applications of 13.3% compared to this time last year. These factors have resulted in a significant higher amount of expenses, which are necessary for the completion of the department goals through the remainder of FY20. With that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. Appreciate you being here and being with us through lunch. Dr. Titus, your question? Have we lost Dr. Titus?
Madam Chair, this is BPS. She is still connected, but does not have video on.
Okay, if there's anyone that might have been in the room or knows where Dr. Titus was, or if she's there having issues, if someone could let us know. Well, Mr. Rob, I apologize. It seems as though we don't have Dr. Titus at the moment. If you wouldn't mind possibly waiting, we could start the next agenda item. I believe that that's going to be a much longer discussion, and hopefully she'll be back by then. And if not, I can just have her reach out to you individually to get the answer to her question, if you don't mind just staying available just in case.
I am available. I'm in the office, so I am available.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rob. I apologize. We had said to be back, so I'm not sure if there's a technical difficulty or not. So with that, committee members, I believe we can go ahead and move on to the next items, which are 91 and 92, Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare Financing and Policy. I believe this is our Medicaid discussion, and this should be very familiar with everyone since we had a lot of these conversations in the 31st special session. So with that, if I could have the presenters for 91 and 92 queued up, give us a brief overview of what's here, and then we will open it up for questions from the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Suzanne Bierman, the Administrator of the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. These work programs before you today request to transfer general fund appropriation from fiscal year 2020 to 2021. These work programs are necessary to transfer general fund appropriations to fiscal year 2021 to support increased expenditures in the Medicaid program. The excess general fund appropriations in fiscal year 2020 can be largely attributed to the addition of the enhanced 6.2% FMAP that has been available to states under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which we talked about in the special session, the 31st special session, as you mentioned. The acceptance of the enhanced FMAP comes with a number of requirements, such as maintenance of effort and continuity of coverage requirements. These requirements have contributed to an increase in the biennial caseload for the Medicaid program. I will now turn it over to Melissa Lawfer-Lewis, who is one of the division's administrative services officers, who has some revisions that she will enter into the work program today, and then we are both available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. This is Melissa Lawfer-Lewis. This program had revisions. Would the committee like me just to identify those differences or all of the figures in the work program?
Just the differences, I believe, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. So there was a revision to the general fund. So starting with the state general fund portion by category, there were no changes to category 11. Category 12 was originally submitted as $17,663,175. The revision amount is $10,758,801, a difference of a negative $6,904,374. Category 13 was originally submitted as $1,225,559. The revision is $1,245,255, a difference of $19,696. Category 14 was originally submitted as $22,314,569. The revised general fund balance forward is $32,314,569. This category is also requesting an increase in Title 19 dollars in the amount of $21,451,405, and that is to align the available category balance to allow for that general fund transfer. Category 15 was originally submitted as $2,167,572. The revised amount is $2,167,571, difference of $1. However, there is a federal increase, as in Category 14, for $2,167,571. And then lastly, Category 28 was originally submitted as $4,900,553. The revised amount is $9,363,407, a difference of an increase of $4,462,854. And with that, Suzanne and I can take any questions.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and get a couple questions done. And then I know there are questions from some of the committee members. And we do remember this being a big topic in the special session with the FMAP and discussion on the future of FMAP and the enhanced FMAP. And effective July, that FMAP was extended. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, this is Suzanne Bierman for the record. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. The FMAP was extended just a couple of days after the end of the 31st special session, running through another quarter. So we expect that enhanced FMAP now to run through the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the biggest concerns that I had and a number of folks had was caseload and utilization. We know utilizations were down because of the pandemic, people not going and getting the normal care. It's my understanding that the utilization rate has that increased. And also I did notice that the caseload numbers are going up. And one of the conversation points around the caseload was a number of businesses have given notice to the department, to Dieter, that they will be doing permanent furloughs beginning in October. And then we heard that the airport will be furloughing 1,000 people in October. So we know a lot of folks, their regular insurance will not be available to them any longer. And with their income, they may be eligible for Medicaid. So could you just make sure that we have on the record where we see the caseload increases and what are we expecting over the next couple months as far as caseload goes?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Suzanne Bierman for the record. Absolutely agree with you. Just as during the special session, caseload and utilization continue to be very volatile factors that we are monitoring very closely. Absolutely agree with your assessment regarding the potential for additional large increases in our caseload. We do know, based on some national data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, that in general, in an economic downturn, 50% of individuals who lose their employment do end up eligible for Medicaid. And I think given the nature of some of the specific job losses that you mentioned, we do imagine that a large percentage of those individuals are likely to meet the eligibility criteria for Medicaid. So that is something that we continue to watch very closely. Do anticipate that our caseload will continue to rise. It's something that's hard to know with absolute certainty, of course, and our projections do tend to continue to be iterative, but I can tell you, based on our actual caseload, just since last month when we were at the special session, we reported that caseload had increased 9% pre-COVID, and now we're up to 11%. So we are seeing very real increases in our caseload, even just over the course of that 1 month since we last discussed this topic. So moving on to utilization, that one, we do have some preliminary data, and we talked about this during special session too. We do have some issues around claims lag, and so this may also change over time, but we have actually seen increases in utilization during July as compared to the June data that we had during special session, and have seen some increased utilization during July. Some of those increases were in a particular category, inpatient hospitalization, and so we do believe some of the overall increase was due to some outliers, some very large expenditures that came due, a number of transplants, that sort of thing. But I can tell you in general, the utilization compared to June, July is up. So I think that those are both factors that we are just continuing to watch extremely closely, knowing that they do have huge implications for the Medicaid budget. With that, I'll pause and see if Ms. Lawfer-Lewis has anything that she wants to add or correct. And if you have questions, we're of course happy to answer anything else related to this.
This is Melissa Lawfer-Lewis. For the record, Suzanne, I believe that you covered it accurately. There are still a lot of unknowns, and we are definitely monitoring these budgets extremely closely because we know that any small change it essentially is very expensive for Medicaid. So we are monitoring very closely.
Okay, thank you. And it's my understanding that the agency is not requesting to restore any of the budget reductions that were proposed during the special session, because we're still going to be monitoring the caseload and the utilization. Is there a way to even estimate a time frame, or is this something we're going to have to let evolve over the next couple of months to see where we are before we can establish a time frame on bringing back that 6.2% FMAP rate and possibly restoring some of the other reductions that none of us wanted to do but were necessary at that time?
Absolutely. Suzanne Bierman for the record. I agree, and it's hard to predict with certainty. I think right now we are very early in the fiscal year. We certainly want to make sure that we're being good and responsible stewards of the Medicaid budget, and given the number of volatile factors that we still have in play right now, we're just continuing to monitor and certainly come back before this body with any proposed reduction, restorations of reductions. Know that those weren't reductions that anyone, including us, wanted to make. So if there is any opportunity for that, certainly want to do that, but also have, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars and trying to do everything that we can have avoiding the need to come back to this committee for a supplemental appropriation, definitely top of mind. So right now we are just continuing to watch caseload and utilization and getting a little bit further into the fiscal year. I wish I had a more concrete time frame, but right now it just feels like we are in the very beginning of the implementation process. We're working on getting all of the needed state plan amendments submitted to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Certainly anticipate and assume that all of those are going to be approved, but we're still kind of early on in the process.
Okay, thank you. I did get a message from staff. They would like to clarify some numbers. So if I could turn, before we ask any other questions, I know there's committee members who do have questions, but before we go down that road, if I could go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Jones so that she could clarify some of the numbers that she heard earlier, so we're all on the same page. Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was unclear if some of the numbers that were provided matched those that staff had as transmitted to us from the Governor's Finance Office. For E91, which is the revision for fiscal year 20, staff had, for the general fund, that the revised amount that would be reduced and transferred to 21 is $64,024,104 compared to the $56,945,928 that was submitted. We do note $8 change for checkup, which I believe was captured in the comments, by the agency that the revised amount is 310,826 compared to 310,827 as was submitted originally and included in the packet. For children and families, the original amount submitted with the work programs that were published in the packet was $17,663,175, and our revision shows that that is being changed to $10,758,801. For newly eligible, it's originally submitted $1,225,559, and that number being revised to $1,245,255. For MABID, the original number as submitted was $22,314,569, and the revised number provided to your fiscal staff was $10,836,164. No change for the waiver category. For child welfare, the amount as submitted, and this is for the fiscal year 20 work program still, it was $8,220,148. And that looks like that changed by $1 as well to $8,221,49. Category titled offline was originally submitted as $4,900,553, and our revised amount is $9,363,448. And the county match cap appears that there was no revision, $143,525 in that same amount in the revision. So the totals for those categories would be $56,945,928 as reductions as originally submitted. However, the revised amount would be $40,905,128. There are also revisions to the fiscal year 2021 work program, and I wasn't clear if the agency had gone over that yet, and didn't know if you would like me to go over that while I'm at it.
Go ahead and proceed, and then we'll make sure that everybody's got the same numbers, and then we'll get to questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So for fiscal year 21, the general fund amount was revised from $56,945,928 to $64,524,104. That would be the same amount that was reduced in the prior year, balancing forward to the current fiscal year. The Title 19 authority was changed from $326,773 to $339,521,420. For the categories, the children and families category, as originally submitted, was $136,754,381 and has been revised to $44,272,052. For the newly eligible category, the amount is submitted was $224,978,974, and the revised amount is $204,227,624. For the MABID category, there was 0 submitted. However, the revised amount is now $14,325,078. With the waiver category, the original amount was 0 and is now $3,337,165. The offline category originally submitted was $21,912,646 and is now $137,883,557. For the total as submitted fiscal year 21, the total increases are $338,646,001, which aligns with those revenue increases as submitted. However, as revised, that would now be $404,045,524. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Ms. Bierman, your staff, do we concur on the numbers?
Good afternoon. For the record, this is Melissa Lofferless. Ms. Jones, would you mind repeating the as revised figure for state fiscal year 20 for category 14?
You tell me the name of that category. I don't have the category numbers.
Sorry, it's MABID.
For MABID, it shows that it was submitted as 0, And the revised amount that we received from the Governor's Finance Office was $14,325,078.
Thank you. The agency concurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now that we've got the numbers out of the way, okay, that's the important part. We can go ahead and go to some questions. I've got a number of people who've asked to be recognized. I will start with Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my first question actually relates to the expenditure categories that we're talking about. And I was wondering what is included in category 28, which is offline.
For the record, this is Melissa Laffer-Lewis. The offline category largely represents supplemental payment programs. So for the hospitals, our Medicare premiums that we pay to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as well as any recoveries or rebates that the division receives.
Okay, thank you. And my next question goes back to the discussion about utilization and enrollment. And I was wondering if you have any projections of the increased enrollment and utilization and what impact that will have on the budget.
This is Suzanne Bierman for the record. Happy to start and may need to follow up with this. The Office of Data Analytics does produce projections in terms of caseload, and then I know Ms. Laffer-Lewis works on those in terms of how that impacts the budget. So we'll see if she has additional information to add, but do you know that the Office of Data Analytics monthly produces projections, and we could get that information to you in follow-up. I will say right now, some of the factors that Madam Chair went through related to some of the anticipated job losses and things of that nature that we know are likely going to be encountered in the near future haven't yet been factored into our caseload projection files, but that is something that we are working in real time with the Office of Data Analytics to update some of those projections. Again, really iterative process, just knowing that we're in unprecedented times, but we do have monthly projections in terms of caseload, and we'll pause and see if there's anything else related to the other piece of your question related to the fiscal implications that the budget impact. If Ms. Laffer-Lewis wants to add anything, or we could just follow up with the projection files for you all.
As a follow-up, I think it would be helpful if that also included a comparison to actual and what was budgeted. So that way we could get a good sense of what we thought, where we are, and where we're going.
I do believe that the Office of Data Analytics includes that information in their files. So, absolutely.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I guess my next question is about the projection of the fiscal impact of all of this for 2021. Is it still too early to have even a preliminary sense?
We are projecting a very small surplus at this point in time. However, we know that the margin isn't big and that could completely be upended by any of these increases in caseload that we anticipate are very likely to occur.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Spiegel. I have Senator Kickover next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I've got a couple of questions as well. If we can start at Work Program 91, there's an indication that on, let's see, on our book, page 328, that overall excess funding totaled almost 67 million, but that we're balancing forward only about 10 million less, and we're holding $10 million for reversion in fiscal year 20. Can you talk about why that's happening?
Thank you for the question, Senator Keykever. My understanding is that was directed by the Governor's Finance Office, so I'm not sure if there's additional information that anyone from their office could provide today, or we could follow up and get additional information related to that. But I'm happy to do that if that's helpful, and not sure if anyone else from that office is able to provide additional detail today.
I don't know if GFO is available. If they are, I'd certainly be curious. If we've got $10 million that's available to balance forward and we're not utilizing it, sure, let you know
Senator
why.
Kickover, it was my understanding that that 10 million was counted towards the reversion that was part of the solution for fiscal year 21. But there was so much going on, and there was that I'd be happy to stand corrected. Ms. Jones, if GFO is not available, could you address Senator's concerns, or do I see Ms. Brown there?
Chair Carlson, this is Susan Brown with the Governor's Finance Office.
Go ahead.
This is Susan Brown with the Governor's Finance Office. Chair Carlton, that is correct.
So the 10 million was actually part of the scheduled reversion to go back to be part of the solution for 21.
That is correct.
So it's made a roundabout trip, but it still ended up in 21. So it is not extra money.
So we counted it as ending fund balance from 20 that we used for 21.
Susan Brown for the record, yes.
Madam Chair.
Cindy?
Madam Chair, if I may add some clarification based on my conversation with the Governor's Finance Office. When looking at the general fund balance, there's an expected amount of natural reversions every fiscal year that is counted in the balance forward to the subsequent fiscal year. It is my understanding determining the amount of expected reversions that would occur naturally from unspent funds, separate from the amounts that were reserved for reversion to address budget shortfalls in fiscal year 21, that this 10 million for Medicaid was calculated or included in that estimation. And the estimated total amount of reversions that were included in the fund balance, now, as we went through the solutions for fiscal year 20, were 65 million. And it's my understanding that that 10 million of that was this piece from an expected reversion for Medicaid. I hope you find that helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I wanted to circle back as well on the caseload projections that are moving forward on page in work program 92 on page 337. We have charts that outline sort of updates for fiscal year 21, and it shows sort of increases in caseload by category as well as expenditures. But in sort of the third tier where it talks about expenditures, it has the dollar figures the same. Have we just not calculated out the cost of the anticipated caseload increase at this point?
Senator Keffer, thank you for the question. Suzanne Bierman for the record. I will need to follow up on that question unless Ms. Lawfer-Lewis has an answer that she can provide today. Otherwise, happy to provide follow-up on that.
This is Melissa Lawfer-Lewis for the record. So I think that table was actually updated when we made the revisions to the general fund balance forward portion. I would be happy to follow up with the committee afterwards and provide an updated copy as well. But to answer your question, caseload is being factored in projected expenditures, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that, because if you flip back a page, to page 335 of that work program, it looks like there are updated expenditure amounts that are above budgeted. So if you look at, for example, MABIT, it indicates a total of 1.013 billion in total expenditures under the current projection, which is up from 949.6 million under budgeted. So and there are differences between all of these categories. So the same is true for the county indigent program, 97 million up to 102 million, almost 103 million. So at some point, are we going to see additional work programs that have to square these things up as those numbers become more solidified, or what is the difference, I guess, between what's currently budgeted, including these work programs, and the current projections that are at the top of that chart.
For the record, Melissa Lopperlos, thank you for the question. So essentially, these work programs were to be able to transfer the general fund portion. We will be coming to a future IFC to shore up the category shortfalls and surpluses that remain at a future IFC in order to more accurately represent cost by category.
Okay, so that top chart with current projections, that has sort of the updated expenditure amounts by category that I might otherwise expect on the first chart that I referenced a couple pages later in the packet.
Melissa Lopperlos, for the record, yes, that is correct.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And then I think finally, are there, when you're looking at as we go forward, additional enhanced FMAP coming in or whatever else might be available as a resource, are there specific triggers that you're going to be looking at in terms of when you might be able to go in and restore some of the cuts that have been implemented?
Thank you for the question, Senator Keffer. We are still working through many of those issues, as I mentioned in response to Madam Chair's question earlier. Really early into the fiscal year, it is our desire, to the extent that funding allows, to be able to move forward with restorations. However, right now, we're just too early, and all of these factors are very volatile, and knowing that we have a very thin margin as is, just trying to keep an eye on it month by month. And I think as more time elapses and we're closer to the end of the fiscal year, we'll definitely have a more certain projection in terms of what, if any, additional funding might be available for that purpose. But right now, we are just working to implement AB3 and going to keep monitoring all of our caseload and utilization impacts closely. And then, we'll have to have follow-up conversations with those that do our projections, and our actuarial economists definitely, again, want to the extent that the budget allows, take advantage of that flexibility in AB3, but also really want to make sure that we're being responsible managers of the Medicaid budget.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if when the time is right, it might be worth considering whether we want to have sort of regular reports back to IFC on utilization and caseload updates, if you'd be willing to consider that when it's motion time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we're planning on staying in very close contact, Senator. I think this is going to be a constantly evolving issue with us. I think one of the questions I have, Ms. Bierman, and in the experience that we had with Dieter and the overwhelming amount of people that tried to come through the phone lines to get assistance, in the industry that I know so well down here, and all the folks, and knowing where their healthcare is headed and all the layoffs that Dieter has been notified of, if all of a sudden you get a swell of folks, are you guys prepared? Are there resources you're going to need? I know you're very good at eligibility, and I know you guys are good at getting folks through, but we also know there's a lot of folks that don't do things over the internet. They're going to want to show up at that office. We can't have everybody in the office. Do you have contingency plans for possibly 5,000 people on October the 1st wanting to access our Medicaid program?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I can say that I have been in some conversations with welfare and supportive services, just starting to think through this process, knowing, that we are likely to continue to see large increases in caseload. And I do know that they are working to be able to process large increases in applications for Medicaid, and also they and us with our managed care partners are starting to think through the variety of ways that we could make those types of transitions as seamless and painless as possible, knowing that that's a lot of additional caseload to process. But I can say I've been in at least one conversation with welfare and supportive services, and you know that this is on the radar and also something that we're thinking about from our, once eligibility is established piece. How do we promote continuity of care and make sure that coverage is not only provided, but also available and accessible?
Thank you. And we just want to make sure that we avoid the churn also and make sure that folks, once they do get their health care, actually have that health care and can actually access the health care. And we will be asking you to come back at our next IFC meeting and give us an update. So that will be part of it. So just so that you can be prepared, that'll be in October. But if we need to know something before then, do not hesitate to reach out so that we can stay in the conversation with this issue. I believe I had Speaker Frierson next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been fleshed out. I appreciate Ms. Bierman's laying out that to be responsible in anticipating the caseload. But I just wanted to make it clear because there's been so much discussion, and Madam Chair, you touched on it as well, how difficult these decisions were, and they were not things that any of us wanted to do, that the priority is to revisit those cuts. It's just we have to do so responsibly, and that meaning after addressing this uncertainty regarding caseload. So Ms. Bierman, if you could just kind of clarify or confirm, that's my understanding. I think that's what you said as well, but I really appreciate the responsible approach given the uncertainty on caseload, but nevertheless, it is a priority, taking all of that into consideration.
Thank you, Speaker Frierson, and that is our intent, and grateful for the flexibility that was provided in AB3 that will allow that in consultation with this committee, and are happy and plan to come back as all of this becomes a little bit more certain and discuss any of those potential plans with you. But absolutely grateful that that type of flexibility was provided under AB3, and now it's really just a matter of waiting to see if and when our budget allows it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Are there any other questions from any other members at this time? I have not had any send me a message. So are there any other questions?
Madam Chairwoman, I apologize, I was late getting back here, but I have a question if I might.
Sure, Dr. Titus.
Thank you, and thanks for that presentation. And I recognize that you cannot guarantee us how much money we're going to have for the 2021 FMAP enhancement. So I get that. So we'll have to see what that is when we get it, if and when we get it. But we did get some money in 2020, and I apologize if you've already explained how much that was, but I was curious how much enhanced FMAP did we get in 2020? And with that, whatever that figure is, where did we spend that?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Titus. So the 6.2 enhanced FMAP that was available under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act evens out to about $30 million per quarter. And that did go back to January 1. And we're anticipating right now for it to continue throughout this calendar year. So that would be 4 quarters at $30 million. Anything else beyond that is contingent upon further extensions of the public health emergency under Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or any other additional federal relief that may be on the way. But that is where we are in terms of how much money we have received from that enhanced FMAP. And largely that additional funding was what is a part of this work program that we've put forward today to help carry us through this current fiscal year, given the large increases of caseload that we've had.
So we actually use that money in providing care, or where did we spend that money? Did it go out to providers? I know we have an increase in enrollment. That doesn't mean we necessarily have an increase in costs, though.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Titus. The vast majority of the recipients we serve are provided care under managed care. So we do pay per capita per month, per person per month payments to the managed care vendors. So right now, increase in caseload is equating to increases in our expenditures. We do have plans underway to renegotiate some of those rates that we pay, the capitated rates that we pay to our managed care vendors to reflect some of the changes that we've experienced due to COVID. And so that's something that we're currently working on, is a process to renegotiate those rates. They have to be done in consultation with an actuary to make sure that they're actuarially sound and then approved by CMS. So right now we have utilized that funding to help avoid a shortfall and absorb the costs associated with increased caseload.
All right, so just to be clear, that money, we have increased enrollees, and so they're enrolled in a managed care organization. So every person that is enrolled in that managed care organization, whether they've received 1 day of care or not, it's costing money because now you're paying that managed care organization per person enrolled. And so can you tell me if any of that money has actually gone to that enrollee receiving care?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Titus. We certainly can provide information on our fee-for-service expenditures, so about 30, 60, 30, 70, 30, 60, 40 split between managed care and fee-for-service. I think it's closer to 70, 30, but we'll need to confirm those statistics, but just ballpark. So the vast majority of our population is served by managed care. We do have a residual additional fee-for-service program with which I know you're aware, as it provides care in the rural and frontier areas, whereas managed care serves Washoe and Clark counties. So that is the way that the managed care program works. We do pay capitated monthly payments and are working with the managed care and can follow up with additional information on claims utilization. We do certainly have that information. Would be happy to follow up. So certainly it is the case that some people don't use care and other people use much more than the amount that we pay, kind of like the general principle of insurance. So would be happy to get you additional information, but really, just kind of thinking about it as equivalent to premium payments.
And thank you for that, because I think it's really important that we actually can kind of track these dollars. And the argument was always that managed care will save the state money in the Medicaid process. But these are for-profit organizations. And so we want to make sure that, there's one thing where you get fee for service. If somebody comes and sees me, I charge Medicaid reimburses me. That's one thing. The patient's gotten care there. That's different than the managed care situation where you're paying these for having somebody enroll, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they've had used care. So, and I know there's a delay in getting that data. I know that it takes them seeing the provider billing the managed care or whatever, and then you have to backtrack that. But as soon as we can get some information on that, I think that's just critical to making sure patients truly are getting the care that we're promising them by having them sign up for these organizations. And thank you for that.
Absolutely. And if I may, the plans are absolutely providing care. And, to your point of making sure that due to COVID, we're not overpaying, or, we do know that this has been an unusual year, and our actuaries do the best to predict the per member per month payment based on utilization and historical data. This year has been unusual, and that in addition to the rate reductions that we've just made is part of the reason that we're working with our managed care organizations to reset rates and also implement risk corridors to make sure that the amount that we pay is reflective of actual experience. So thank you.
And thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And thank you, Dr. Titus. And I think the whole part of that conversation, and I understand where you're coming from, but the other side of that conversation is we do pay per member per month. And if any of those members end up seriously ill, the managed care organization is required to give them the care that they need. And we're still paying per member per month. So typically that has worked for us in the past. It's usually balanced out. It's been a very strange last 5 to 6 months on people not accessing the same level of care. But I believe it would not take too many Medicaid patients who got seriously ill to make up some of that difference. So I would be interested in seeing those numbers too, as we move forward, knowing the seriousness of all these folks ending up in the hospital with all these health concerns. So would want to make sure that we balance the whole equation out to make sure we're looking at both sides. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions of Ms. Bierman or her staff on item 91 and 92? Hearing none, I'd like to go back to Ms. Jones. There was one more number that I believe, oh, did someone try to be recognized? No, I'll go back to Ms. Jones. There was one other number that I believe we wanted to make sure was absolutely buttoned up before we make the motion. So Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. When going over the revised revenue numbers for fiscal year 2020, I failed to mention one of the numbers. So the revised revenues for 2020 include a reduction in general fund of $64,524,104, as previously stated. What I skipped over accidentally was the increase in Title 19 federal funds coming into 2020 of $23,618,976 for a total of $40,905,128 of a negative, because that's the amount that is the net of those two numbers. And that also reflects the total amount of reductions that are occurring in the various categories I mentioned that also equal the $40,905,128. So my apologies, the number I failed to mention was the increase in the Title 19 number for fiscal year 20, so that you have a balanced budget there. Thank you.
Thank you. Always good to be accurate on that. So hearing no other questions or comments from any committee members at this time, I believe we could go ahead and process items number 91 and 92. I would accept a motion to process from Speaker Frierson and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you would please call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. I believe our next items to discuss are items number 101 and 102, coronavirus relief funds reimbursement towards the general fund and the highway fund. We have Ms. Brown from the Governor's Finance Office available. If she would like to go ahead and walk us through the numbers, we want to make sure that our numbers match again, Ms. Brown. So if we could go ahead and do that, and then I'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, Susan Brown, Governor's Finance Office. And I would like to go through just a few changes. I believe there are 6 that we are looking at here. I will start with, I believe you have a spreadsheet that has its work program number 7 on the list, which is the Attorney General's Office Consumer Advocate budget account. And there is a change here from category 86. The new amount for that category is $132,065. and category 93 is increasing from $43,380 to $84,835. The next adjustment is work program number 21, or budget account 2580, which is the Equal Rights Commission. And the total amount there is changing from $44,010 to $44,368. Moving on to the next item, which is number 24, or budget account 2940. Excuse me. This is the Nevada State Museum in Carson City, and that is changing. Category 93 is decreasing from $29,892 to $29,860, with category 94 increasing from $42,750 to $42,782. The next work program change is work program number 52, and this is budget account 3218. Which is the Public Health Preparedness Program. Category 93 was $31,519. This is being decreased to zero and being added to category 86 reserve in the same amount of $31,519. The next one is budget account 4216. Which is the Railroad Museums. And category 93 here is changing from $43,876 to $50,483, with category 94 decreasing from $45,899 to $39,292. And then the final adjustment is line 106, or work program 4680, which is the Division of Industrial Relations. And this is increasing the total work program amount from $326,762 to $344,384. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And I believe I had all the same numbers that you had. Ms. Jones, do we all concur? Ms. Jones?
Yes, on number 7, I think we had a slightly different number. For number 7, I had that category 93, the new amount of $84,835, and for 86, $132,075. I think Director Brown said 65.
Let me. I have the total work program amount is $216,900, with $132,065 going into category 86 and $84,835 going into category 93.
Have two different numbers then.
Yeah, we're $10 off. Let me work on that while Ms. Brown answers the committee. And I would also note, Ms. Brown, that I believe you wanted to mention something about Department of Motor Vehicles, about the $1.4 million that are not being intended for a reimbursement for a revenue shortfall.
Yes, thank you, Susan Brown, for the record. That is correct. DMV budget account 4735 field services. There was an indication in the backup that this had been a reimbursement of revenues. This is in fact a reimbursement of expenditures that the agency incurred that were related to coronavirus expenses.
So it was for qualifying expenditures then?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Committee members, do you have any questions? I know there was a lot of discussion about how all these budgets were going to be impacted and a lot of questions about where the Corona relief funds were going to end up going. So here you have some of the answers and the revisions that were proposed. So are there any questions from any committee members at this time? Not hearing or seeing any questions. Ms. Jones, are we ready to move forward, or did you still need to reconcile that last $10?
Madam Chair, it appears Ms. Brown's number is correct.
Okay, so that number under number 7 for category 86 would be 132,075.
65, her number was correct.
65 is her number. Okay, thank you. That's why I always repeat it. Okay, committee members, any other questions? Hearing none, I believe we could go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I could just make a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, speaker.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I would be remiss if I didn't do subcommittee in the coming weeks to go over where we are with respect to coronavirus dollars. So I just kind of want to make sure that folks that are aware of the existence of that subcommittee, that we are in the process of organizing a meeting in the coming weeks to go over where we are and project out where we'd like to go and any recommendations that the subcommittee may want to bring back to IFC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for tackling that. I really appreciate it. That's great. So hearing no other questions or comments, I believe we can go ahead and process items number 101 and 102. I'll take a motion from Speaker Frierson, a second from Senator Woodhouse. Comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank. Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes. Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. I believe that takes us back to the one missing item. Let's go back to, I believe, Assemblywoman Titus had pulled item 83, correct?
Correct.
Item E83, Mr. Rob had given us a brief overview. So if he is still available, if we could queue him up. And Dr. Titus, if you have a question for Mr. Rob, now would be the time.
All right, then, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for your patience. I apologize I wasn't here when you called originally, so I appreciate you going back to it. My question, Mr. Rob, is looking at the statements, the reason for this fee transfer is because of people, 13% in your argument, 13% increase in applications for hunting licenses this year. versus last year, and you have a vendor that handles the hunting license application. We have a number here of 246,000, almost 247,000 that you're paying the vendor because they had more applications going through them. What I don't see here is what does a vendor get per application? And you mentioned only increase in hunting applications, but when I go online and I get my hunting license, I also get a combined hunting fishing license. And I'm curious as to if there's an increase in fishing license also, or was that just a generic term, increase in licenses? And is it also an increase in boat registration fees? Are we going to see this across the board?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Titus. We have an increase across the board. Fish and wildlife agencies throughout America have seen a great increase in use since COVID started. They're not going to the movies, they're not going to baseball games, they're not doing typical activities, but fishing is still available. Currently, year to date, we're up 45.3% on fishing license, 10.8% on hunting license, 10.2%. Oh, that was 10.8 on combination hunt fish license and 10.2% on hunting license. Overall, when you add all that up and all the individual customers, we're 21% up on sportsmen in the state of Nevada this year. You see it on our waterways, you see it, our wardens are seeing increased use, our sportsmen are seeing increased use on our waterways. Boat registrations are up 3.2%. We were down, our offices were closed for an extended period of time. We were down on boat registrations. We did get those up right around the 4th of July. And we were down on boat registrations. Now we're up 3.2%. All those factors play into the increased billing that we have this year. We anticipated a moderate, we used to have a growth of 2 to 3% a year with our old vendor. We're forecasting 7 to 10%. But we're exceeding that at this point. So our forecast, our very aggressive forecast fell short, and that's why we're short to funding at this time.
Right, so this money is then to reimburse the vendor, correct? So how much increase in funds have we gained then by, I kind of, what I'm going at is what percent of our fees are going to paying for the vendor? And then, so I need to know that number. And then with this increased revenue that you're getting, because yes, we've just had an expense, but it's coming from our fees that we buy with these hunting license. So it's not a general fund expense. It's from the actual fees of those of us sportsmen who are paying these fees. So, and I actually understand that how that has to happen. And when you set a certain contract, you negotiate for fees. With this increase, are you looking at renegotiating a contract and what we're paying this vendor? Or where are we in that process? So that's actually two questions.
Hey, Jack Robb for the record. We are not in process of renegotiating. We set this contract up to be a mutual beneficial contract. It is not, it's a per unit cost, but it is built in. If they get more customers for us and they help us market to get more customers, we pay about $1.30 per transaction. And an application is $10. A hunting license is $38. A fishing license is $40. We pay about $1.25 on each one of those. If you buy it at Walmart, we pay $1 to Walmart. So all those fees, it's not just to Calcomite, the contractor that does this. We used to spend in excess of $2.3 million. Right now, before we pay our final bill, we're right about $1 million with our contractor. We used to pay in excess of $2 million. So this contract has been very beneficial for the agency. It's lowered our cost and we've increased revenue. I don't know if that answers all your questions, but that's it has been a beneficial contract.
Right, and what I was looking at, what percent do you pay? And you're telling me about $1.3 per. So that means whether I apply for a $250 sheep license versus my $34 or $40 fishing license, per transaction they get that $1.3. Is that what you just said?
That's approximate. Yes. If they
well, the good news is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the good news is then that we should see an increase in your revenue, and so hopefully we'll see more fish planted and more access and some of this gains from using our our application fees as more folks are out there. And anyway, those are the questions that I had, and you did answer them. And I appreciate you coming back and holding. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to come back to this question. Thank you.
You're welcome, Doctor, and thank you, Mr. Rob, for being patient and waiting for us. We appreciate that. Are there any other questions from any other committee members on this particular item? Seeing none, hearing none, I believe we can go ahead and process E83. So Dr. Titus, I would accept a motion from you to process this and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. Mr. Campata, could you call the roll, please?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes, I'm sorry, I had trouble unmuting.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swink.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Here. Yes. I'm sorry.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. I believe our next item is item F, and it is State Public Works Division. I believe we had an adjustment here. And even though I love hearing about air conditioning systems and remodeling showers, if someone could give me the 2-sentence version of what we need to fix here, and then we can ask any questions and we can move forward from there. So who's up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Apologize for not having a video today. Ward Patrick. 2-sentence version. I know it is exciting, this HVAC. This is a very small and unforeseen oversight as a result of the general fund sweep from the special session that went into SB1. And so this is requesting to move $38,000 from 17M62 into 17M46 to enable the sweep of general funding, the budget reduction from SB1 to be completed. And that would complete my 2-second presentation. I would be available for any questions.
All righty. So with that, does anyone have any questions? And no problems without the video. That's perfectly understandable. Any questions, committee members? Hearing none, seeing none, I believe we can go ahead and process item number F. I would accept a motion from Speaker Frierson and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotic, would you call the roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Whitehouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Komputik. Appreciate that. Moving on to the statement of the contingency account. Ms. Jones, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. In volume 4 of the packet on page 187, you'll see a summary of the contingency account balances. The total balance before any actions taken in this meeting was approximately $37 million. There are $14 million in requests before the committee today, which would bring that total balance down to $23 million. The unrestricted general fund portion of that total, the balance prior to the beginning of the meeting was $17.5 million. There are 2 requests before the committee today, totaling $3.5 million. And the balance after those items would be taken into account if approved would be $14 million. For the restricted amounts, and those are amounts set aside for specific projects or purposes during the legislative session. At the beginning of the meeting, the balance is $17.7 million. There are 4 requests before the committee today, totaling $10.5 million. And if those requests are approved, the balance would be $7.2 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Committee members, are there any questions of Ms. Jones on the contingency account? Hearing none, no motion on that, just a statement of fact of where the bank account stands right now. So moving on, I believe we can go to item H, here, the request from the contingency accounts. I believe H1 is the first one we have listed to be discussed from the Office of Attorney General Crime Prevention. If we could queue up our presenter.
Hello, this is Jessica Adair from the Attorney General's office. I believe Jessica Hoban, our CFO, is also on the line.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Adair. We appreciate it. You have a request here in front of us, and I believe it stems from license plate revenue fee. So if you'd like to just give us a brief overview of what's needed, and then I believe we have 1 or 2 questions for you, and we can go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to offset a shortfall in revenue from license plate fees, and this specifically supports budget account 1036, which supports staff that work on missing and exploited children issues. I don't know if Jessica Hoban would like to give any other information, but we're happy to take your questions.
So if you could just.
Jessica Hoban. Sorry, this is Jessica Hoban with the Office of the Attorney General. I think that Ms. Adair accurately described this revenue source and this request.
Okay, and if you could briefly just go over the shortfall, the reason, and then Are there any planned budget saving measures to eliminate the possibility of the money not coming back and not having to come back to the contingency account again? Because typically with special license plate revenue, this is not something that we would normally do. The adjustments would be had to be made in the program, but we understand the special circumstances of this one and the need, especially for this particular fund. So what are the plans going forward if the dollars don't level out for you?
This is Jessica Hoban. Wait, you want to go ahead, Adair?
Thank you. This is Jessica Adair for the record. We believe that this shortfall was primarily due to the DMV being closed for several months due to COVID. Our hope certainly is that with the DMV back open and the state reopening, that we will not have this shortfall in the future. This budget is a fairly small budget in the AG's office. That the vast majority of our expenses are personnel. So our only plan to save money would be to hold those positions vacant. Ideally, we would not hold positions vacant in this budget because it specifically supports 3 investigators who do work to recover missing children and on the joint trafficking task force, as well as a prosecutor who prosecutes exploited children and sex trafficking cases. But again, our hope is that we will not have this shortfall in the future because we primarily believe the shortfall was due to COVID-related reasons. But I'll let Jessica Hoban flesh out anything that I've missed.
This is Jessica Hoban, Chief Financial Officer with the Office of the Attorney General. Just to piggyback on what Ms. Adair just said, based on the trend of this revenue that was coming in prior to the COVID shutdowns, we were on track to have sufficient funding from this category to cover our expenditures in this budget. The decline in the funding based on information that we have received from the DMV does show that because the office closures and potentially the moratorium or the extension on time to pay for license plate renewals was extended, is specifically contributing to the shortfall that we're requesting now. The actual shortfall that we realized in state fiscal year 2020 is just a bit over $7,800, and we are only asking for $3,551 in this request.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from any other committee members? At this time, I believe I might have inadvertently asked a couple of questions folks were planning on asking. So I apologize for that. Are there any other questions? Seeing or hearing none, I believe we could go ahead and process this amount, and hopefully once people start getting their license plates again, there'll be a better year next year. This very important work that this money does on this particular license plate. So with that, I would go ahead and accept a motion on item H1 from Ms. Backus and a second from Senator Woodhouse. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotek, you're up.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdagee.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. I believe we can move on to item I. Request for allocation from contingency account, Department of Public Safety, Communications and Compliance Division. I believe that we also have item N6B associated with this item, so I believe we'll discuss them together. If we could go ahead and have the appropriate presenter queued up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Mindy McKay, Division Administrator of the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division within the Department of Public Safety. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. One of the many programs within my division is the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System, or NCJIS program. NCJIS is the central highway for criminal justice information sharing for Nevada's 337 criminal justice agencies, with approximately 15,000 users statewide, as well as criminal justice agencies nationwide. It is also utilized for over 2,000 civil account agencies statewide and over 500 gun dealers statewide. The system is used to obtain local, state, federal, and other states' criminal justice information for purposes to include, but is not limited to, criminal investigations, intelligence, arrests, prosecution, sentencing, record seals, parole and probation supervision, detention centers, employment, licensing, volunteering, adoptions, CCW permits, firearms background checks, and sex offender registrations. The current system vendor is retiring in the next 3 years, which he graciously extended, otherwise he'd be retired by now. So we are diligently replacing the system through this critical NCJIS modernization program effort to ensure continuity of operations for public and officer safety as it relates to all of the important purposes of the system I previously mentioned. Because this is a large system and therefore a large modernization effort, it will span over multiple biennia with a projected overall implementation cost of over $54 million, give or take a few dollars, being spread out over the length of the effort until implementation. After implementation, there will need to be funding for and program management oversight of the system's maintenance, future enhancements, and future upgrades. As part of this effort, we have been requested to provide a quarterly letter of intent to the Interim Finance Committee, which is what you should have in front of you today in accordance with agenda item N6B. Also on today's agenda, letter I, is our request for allocation from the IFC contingency account general fund pursuant to Senate Bill 514 of the 2019 legislative session in the amount of $6,994,026. This appropriation will cover the costs associated with the effort for the remainder of the current biennium, to include the costs of the solution vendor, consultant vendor, current system vendor for their transition services, program staff, and all of the overhead. The state's officer and public safety depends on this crucial effort. Would you like a brief summary of what our LOI states with an even more real-time update on our project plan, or would you prefer to go straight to questions, Madam Chair?
I believe we can go right to questions, and I think that'll probably address a number of the things that I believe you were going to present on. So let's go ahead and just go straight to questions. I believe I have Ms. Backus with the first round of questions on this item. And committee, I apologize. I skipped an item on the previous letter. So after this item, we will be going back to H to finish up. I had 2 pages stick together and I flipped right by it. So I apologize. Ms. Backus, if you'd go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I was going to go right into what you were about to discuss about the quarterly report. But with respect, and I think it's set forth page 9 and page 10 of that quarterly report, you've highlighted some risks that you've encountered. One, you touched on that the vendor that previously was providing services is retiring in 2 years and expressed the mitigation to that. With respect to the other 3 risks or issues that you've encountered, how do you plan to mitigate that, and how far behind do you think we will be with respect to implementing the modifications to the NCJIS system?
Thank you for the question, Mindy McKay for the record. So in the letter of intent, beginning on page 9, you stated were the potential risks to the current effort. And so I do have on the line with me today our consultant, one of our consultants with the consultant company that we contracted with. His name is Bob Kalin, and he is the vendor who developed our needs assessment plan and is helping shepherd us through that plan throughout the effort. So I'd like to phone a friend, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, and allow Mr. Bob Kalin to speak to that.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello. Ms. McKay, would you list those 3 risks? I do not have the LOI response in front of me.
Yes, so the first one, Mindy McKay for the record, the first one is the fact that our current vendor, Norsoft Consulting, had stated that he was going to retire within the next 2 years, which I had mentioned earlier he had graciously extended. So that is the first risk. And so our mitigation in the letter of intent would be what I would ask that you touch on, please. And then I'll go to the next one.
Yeah, for the Norsoft vendor, their contract is being extended right now. We are setting up a pool of hours that we'll use and manage through a monitoring process that the program has set up to track and control that. Essentially, what we're having them do is connect their system in the first part of the implementation to the new system so the users don't experience any transition. And then once we phase in each of the pieces of the new system, we'll phase out a piece of the old system. So that vendor is helping us do that with their system and deprecating those older pieces of functionality when the new stuff comes online.
Thank you, Mindy McKay for the record. The second one is there is a delay in the hiring process for some of the positions within the program. So the mitigation efforts for the delay in the hiring process would be the next one you could touch on, please.
For the record, Bob Kalin. The challenge we've had in hiring staff have been multifaceted. There's been a state freeze on hiring, so we had to get exceptions to that. In addition, we also were just delayed by the staffing transition that went on with the MSA, a managed services agreement, contractors. The people that we're hiring are contractors that will only be contracted for the duration of the program. So it makes more sense to have temporary contractors that way. We are in the final stages of hiring the last 3 individuals. One is a database administrator, the other 2 developers. The DBA interviews are happening this week, and the developer interviews are happening next week. Those individuals should be on board by September. So the challenge that we had was we had wanted them on board as soon as the vendor started, so they would pick up the knowledge. To mitigate this, we have an onboarding process that was developed with a set of information that each of the new contractors will go through and read and get up to speed on the program as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mindy McKay, for the record. The next one is funding for this part of the project has been secured, but acquiring the software solution and necessary hardware will require more funding than is currently available. Since the NCGIS Modernization Program solution vendor has been selected, the cost for future biennia is available. And so the mitigation for that, in accordance with the letter of intent, is that the NCGIS Modernization Program has implemented a payment model that will require equal quarterly payments over 5 years. And the FY 2019 to 21 biennium has funding for the first year, FY 21 of the 5 years of payments. DPS has clearly identified that the NCGIS effort funding is required in the budgets for this biennium, as well as at least both of the next 2 biennia. So that is, again, why we're here today with the other agenda item regarding the contingency general fund. And then lastly, I think to cover the question regarding risks, local, state, and federal criminal justice agencies are likely to require changes and funding to be compliant with the new NCGIS Modernization Program solution. Since the vendor was just selected to provide a solution, our division will provide notice that a change is in progress to all of the stakeholders. The impact to each agency will need to be assessed, and any funding needs will be the responsibility of those agencies and subject to their fiscal processes. So Bob, again, can you please touch on the mitigation for that risk?
Certainly. Bob Kalin for the record. The challenge that this upgrade has is these systems touch every agency in the state. Many of the agencies have direct system-to-system connections, and all of those will need to be upgraded. We have a comprehensive change management effort within the program, change managers on board and working with the project team. That effort will include outreach to all of the agencies, their management, and their technicians to ensure that they're aware of what the changes are throughout the project. And this is a 4-year timeline that they're looking at, so there'll be ample notice. But the second element of that is that the technology that we're putting in place allows us to control how we talk to those agencies. So if they can't replace their connection in the near term, we can continue to talk to it the way the current system does and allow them to schedule that down the road and replace that interface over time.
Thank you, Mindy McKay, for the record. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Madam Chair, I have 2 just follow-up questions, if you don't mind. One is with respect to this line of questioning. So is it that the anticipated full integration will be then completed June 30th, 2023, at the time that the current vendor fully retires, or is it 5 years out on the payment schedule? Just trying to figure out what the delay is going to be.
Bob Kalin for the record. That will be the 5-year timeline. Because of that piece that we've acquired from the new vendor, we'll be able to continue those older interfaces until the agencies can actually budget and swap them out.
And then looking at, this is more of a financial question, noticing that there is going to be a $13.1 million balance being moved forward from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021, leaving us approximately $4.5 million more than what was legislatively approved. Are there any concerns in utilizing these reserve funds to fund a portion of the Nevada Criminal Justice Information System modernization project in lieu of allocating the general fund's request today of right under $7 million from the IFC contingency account?
Mindy McKay for the record. I also have with me today Lisa Galloway, who's our Chief Financial Officer responsible for our division's budget. She's going to help me answer this question with respect to the reserves and how much we anticipate being able to utilize of the reserves toward this effort. So of the 13.1 million, 5.6 of that is slated for the NCGIS modernization program in accordance with the original authorization approved in 2019 of approximately $7 million. So we are planning on utilizing the remaining authorization of 5.6 million in our reserves for NCGIS modernization. As far as any additional reserves being available balanced forward, we don't anticipate there being enough reserves due to the shortfall because of COVID that we would be able to utilize toward NCGIS modernization. However, if things start to pick up and we do realize that we have more reserves than what we had projected, we are more than happy to consider obviously spending our reserves for our project, our program. And so we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. Lisa, do you have anything else to add?
For the record, Lisa Galloway. I don't know that I have anything else to add on that. Our numbers are coming in that we do have the 5.6 that we had already earmarked for this project. And based on the funding streams that we have coming in, several of our numbers are down as far as our revenue due to COVID.
So yeah, Mindy McKay for the record, we will be keeping a close eye on all of that and moving monies where we need to in order to support everything within the division. I hope that answers your question.
Let me just clarify that. So, because when I was looking at it, I thought there was going to be like a 4.5 million, maybe potential extra. So in that 13.5, you've already accounted for this 5.6 million that I understand. And so today I know that you're asking for the full right under 7 million. But a lot of this money right now is not really due to any of the vendors or the operating system vendor. Can we kind of piecemeal this out going into the future? I mean, as you know, we've done a lot of different budget issues this last couple months, and just kind of seeing where we're at, if that could be something we could hold on to, see where we're going to be at with the reserves in fiscal year 2020.
Mindy McKay for the record. In looking at our numbers regarding the 4.5 million in remaining reserves, I believe is what you're referencing, we have to normally we hold back 60-day reserves, and that's to the tune of approximately 3.3 million, which has a remainder of 2.17 million in reserves. We utilize our reserves within this budget account for multiple programs. So, and it also covers shortfall. The reserves help to cover shortfalls of other revenue coming in. So again, if we do see some reserves that are available to utilize toward the NCGIS modernization effort, we most definitely will be doing that.
Are your questions answered, Ms. Backus?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe Dr. Titus had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I recall in some of your documentation with this agenda item, lists the amount that folks pay for their finger checks, and for someone like me who has a CCW, and I pay for the background check, and there's a cost to doing that. And according to some of your documentation, the fingerprint fees are below budget, but the background checks, those of us who have our CCW and gone through that again, are higher than expected. Is there any projection on, because that was one of the arguments on helping to pay for this system was to users, right? So doing these background checks, and I'm, why is that so under what you estimated to help offset the cost of this, or was the fees never intended to just offset the change in the vendors as opposed to just maintaining the cost of the current vendor? Would you clarify that, please?
Mindy McKay for the record. So the, again, correct me if I'm going off filter here, but regarding the fingerprint fees that we collect, and we show that there was a shortfall due to COVID. And then you had mentioned that the firearms background checks have increased. So if we look at those numbers, it appears that the decrease in the fingerprint fees coming in was covered, that shortfall was covered by the increase of the firearms background checks. And so in regard to your comment specific to the $3.50 increase last session on the fingerprint background check fees, that was never fully intended to cover or help cover the costs of our modernization. That was one of many reasons for the request to increase the fingerprint fees by that $3.50. And so, again, and we have other fee-funded programs that also fell short. So those firearms increased fees are helping to cover those shortfalls. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I've had multiple people reach out to me, especially firearm dealers, and notice that now that the requirement that we have background checks on transfers of firearms in so many different capacities, and they're having to wait so long to get these background checks back. Is that part of this system? And what's some of the holdup in that? And will modernization improve the turnaround time on some of those?
Mindy McKay for the record. Thank you for that question. Yes, and CJIS modernization seeks to improve efficiencies and automate where current processes are manual in multiple programs within my division, and functionality that can be improved and utilized by our users statewide and nationwide. And yes, one of those is called a portal. The portal will be able to be used by the gun dealers to data enter their own background checks, and we have in the past looked at the numbers on how quickly a background check can be turned around through the portal to the dealer. About 30% of our background checks that we perform for firearms transfers are automatic proceeds, which means the gun dealer would receive an automatic response through the portal to go ahead and proceed with that firearms transaction. And then the remaining 70% would have to be looked at by my staff. And so this will definitely provide improvement for the gun dealers regarding wait times. And it will significantly reduce phone time, hold times, which will reduce my phone bills. And we have been requested for a portal option for the gun dealers, from the gun dealers, especially throughout the pandemic. So yes, and it will also automate and improve fingerprint responses, which tend to take a few weeks. They could get them in less than a week through this new CJIS modernization effort because of that portal and automation. I hope that answers your question.
It does actually. It's a great answer to my question because it's very encouraging. And so what would be, how soon can we have this running?
Mindy McKay for the record. So right now, since we just contracted with the solutions vendor, they are currently for the first quarter from July 1st until the end of September conducting requirements true up to make sure that everything that we have requested in our request for proposal matches everything that they understand and everything that we really truly need. So by the end of September, we're hoping that they will have a more clear and accurate project plan and a schedule. So within that schedule is where we will realize what's going to happen when. So I would suggest that you look forward to our next letter of intent.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
You're welcome, Dr. Titus. Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time? Hearing none, I believe right now I would be leaning towards doing a portion of this money now and then possibly a portion in the future as we move forward, hearing that there is $2 million over the 60-day reserve. This project does unfortunately have a history, and I think it would be more responsible of us right now to monitor it, do this slowly, work forward. There have been issues in the past. So Senator Woodhouse, did you have any thoughts or concerns on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with you, and if you're ready for a motion, I'd be happy to put that in play.
Okay, committee members, are there any other questions at this time before I would accept a motion from Senator Woodhouse? Seeing none, hearing none. Senator Woodhouse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based upon the comments that we've heard from the presenters as well as yourself regarding agenda item I would move that the IFC approve an allocation from the IFC contingency account of $2.5 million.
Okay, and with the caveat that they can come back and seek approval to utilize the other dollars that they would need to complete the project.
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So I have a motion from Senator Woodhouse, a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion from committee members? Hearing none, seeing none. Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll, please.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Frierson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Kramer,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemyre,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. In committee, I do apologize again. I went right by H2, had both documents together and did not flip the page appropriately. So I apologize. Ms. Brown is in waiting, I'm sure, the GFO, to be able to discuss with us item H2. So if we could queue her up. And then if there are any questions, we'll go ahead and take questions and move forward from there.
Good afternoon, Susan Brown, Director of the Governor's Finance Office. Before you is a request for an allocation of $3,467,578 from the Interim Finance Contingency Account to replenish the statutory contingency account. Assembly Bill 267 was approved in the 2019 legislative session, which provides for compensation and other related matters for persons who were wrongfully committed. These payments are required to be made from the statutory contingency account. They are also required to go before the Board of Examiners for approval, and the first one of these was approved at the Board of Examiners last meeting in August, and that was for $2,275,000. There are other claims pending that total approximately $7.5 million that are expected to be paid out in the current fiscal year. And the GFO has been working with the Attorney General's office to establish processes for this program. It is expected that the second wrongful conviction settlement will be placed on the October BOE meeting, and that request is in the amount of $2,850,000. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Are there any questions from any committee members at this time? We're paying our bills that are due. Seeing no questions or comments of Ms. Brown, I believe we can go ahead and process H2. I would accept a motion to pass H2 from Senator Woodhouse and a second from Speaker Frierson. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you could please call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella, Senator Kinsella, Senator Dennis, Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. That takes us to item J, request for allocation from the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry, expenses related to fire suppression account. We have this conversation a lot. So if we could go ahead and queue up the appropriate person, just have a couple of quick questions. We don't need to go through every single account. We've all been through this one before. We understand the issue and moving forward with item J. So do we have Casey available, or who do we have up for this?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Okay, if you just give us a real brief overview and then kind of give us a little bit of update where you think we are right now. We know fire season is no other word but bad. So just give us a little bit of an update and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Division of Forestry. Before you today is a request for an allocation from the IFC Contingency Fund account pursuant to Senate Bill 543, Section 75, in the amount of $3,212,819 for wildland fire expenses. I do need to make one small change in this. It is not a change in funding, it is a change in authority. I need to shift $21 from CAT 82 prior year fires to CAT 01 personnel to cover a prior pay period adjustment generated by payroll in order to close our fiscal year. Other than that, I will give you an update quickly on the fire season. So far, we've had 561 fires to date, burning just over 214,000 acres around the state. Of those starts, 70% have been caused by humans. 58% of the acres burned so far, just over 124, almost 125,000 acres, have been from human-caused starts. This prompted ourselves and federal agencies and our local government partners to go into full statewide fire restrictions, multiple changes throughout the years. Currently, we are in full restrictions, no campfires unless they are stoves that you bring in. So we are hoping to try to slow the curve on the human caused starts. August is predicted by all of our indices to be an above average fire season for all of Nevada. We were hoping that the South would get a reprieve from the monsoon. However, the monsoon was drier than anticipated. September is hopefully looking to be more normal for the southern part of the state, with the west and the northern parts still in above normal.
possible fire seasons. And then following September and October, we all go to normal fire season for that time of year, whatever that looks like as we head into winter this year. We are currently at preparedness level 5 across the nation. That's the highest level of preparedness. What that means is we're having high fire activity across large portions of the western states, but also across the United States. High fire potential across much of the United States, and we are limited with the resources we can send nationally because they're all on fires. As I'm sure you heard in the news, California had a historic lightning siege, as we had a similar lightning siege, but not what they had. About 11,000 lightning strikes in one day, causing over 300 fires, which we are feeling the smoke impacts from currently here right now. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the update. We appreciate it. Staff does agree with the $21 adjustment for forestry, so I believe that adjustment can be made without any issues. Committee members, are there any questions of Ms. Casey at this time? This is where I would normally go to Senator Gokachia, but he's not here, so.
I have a quick question, ma'am.
Assemblywoman Swank, I was thinking you would.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I'm wondering if you can talk just a little bit about, I want to thank you for giving us the update on this year's fire season. Can you talk just a little bit about how that compares to what we went through in 2017 and in 2018? We know that looking at 10 Western states, in each of those years, half of the acres that were burned were in Nevada. So those were some really bad years here in Nevada is compared with the rest of the West. And how are we looking this year in comparison? Because I know last year we didn't have quite that bad of a year. How are we looking in comparison to 2017 and 2018?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. We're looking a lot less than 2017 and 18 from a fire perspective. Starts were right about average. Large fires that have grown into mega fires, significantly less, though I'm about to knock on wood because August is very dry and hot, and I am worried about August and September, but I believe 17 and 18, we were well over 2 million acres over those years, maybe even closer to 3 between the 2 years. Last year was a low year for us. It was about 86,000 acres burned. Right now we're at 215,000. So we're not quite out of the woods yet, and it always depends on what we get for a winter and a monsoon in the southern portion of the state. So when we start to see moisture, because our fire season, as you know, we call it a fire season, but it really is a fire year on the years where we don't receive the moisture. So right now, I'd like to say we're sitting pretty good, but again, knocking on wood, comparatively, it's not a mega fire year for us. We've been very successful in initial attack this year, keeping things small. You've seen a lot of air assets flying. We've been hitting it pretty hard with retardant and water flow. As you know, I'm sure the state did a super scooper contract, and those have been proven to be very great assets. They're quick turnaround. They have a lot of water. They're able to knock out fires pretty quick. So far, we've been very fortunate.
A quick follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
So on the initial attacks, just interested to know, do we see that we're getting better at the initial attack and leveraging some of our local groups and our volunteer groups on those initial attack? Is that part of the story of what's helping keep our fires smaller?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. It's all dependent upon fuels, fuel loading, the conditions at the time. As you saw, I think the very first ever fire tornado on a fire here in Nevada. It was the first one we'd seen like that. So we are getting better at trying to use the local resources. We've always been good at implementing closest available resources. But we have implemented some practices that are helping with that this year. And I think what you're seeing is the conditions, also just a readiness. We were lucky to not have multiple fire starts, hundreds in a day, as we have seen before with certain lightning busts that have come through. So we're able to put everything on it, get them home and get them rested. They're able to go back again. And like I said, a lot more air assets this year than we've seen before. So there's a combination of factors that are causing them to stay small.
Thank you. And just one last quick question. What percentage of our fire starts are human caused at this point?
Thank you again for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. Right now, we're at 70% of the starts being human. That's 389 starts out of 561 to date. But 58% of the acres.
So we all need to do a little bit better work of getting the word out to our constituents about being very careful and making sure that we are reaching out to all of our folks who like to go out camping, to go out target practice, and just make sure that they know that this is a big problem, these human starts. So thank you so much, Ms. Casey, and for all the hard work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Casey, I appreciate your presentation and have recently driven through that Loyalton fire, and it's a pretty scary event. And that fire tornadoes, it can be indeed pretty intimidating. My question relates to mitigation and prevention and rehabilitating our forests. And I'm always concerned about where I see a fire, where there's been one in the past. And as you well know, close to us down on Ray May Way on 395, almost every year there's a fire in there. I've yet to see anything reforested. I've yet to see any harvesting of the lumber that's in there. I don't see any roadside clearing. And I'm just wondering where, I know right now in the fire season, but there's a lot of folks that are just still not, they're staging, not necessarily engaging. And I'm just wondering when the mitigation starts and some of this reseeding and just what the plans are for that. Because again, until we get some of this prevention stuff going, we're going to see this happen every year.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Titus. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. We are currently mitigating and preventing fires. We have staff, as you know, we have shifted some of our staffing, all of our staff at the Division of Forestry, though some are titled firefighters. All of our staff are natural resource managers as well. So when they are not actively fighting fire, we are out. I think attached to this agenda was our update on the seasonal firefighters, as well as our firefighters, our permanent firefighters, and the work that has been being done. COVID did stall some of that work as we sent people home. But we currently are out ahead of these fires. We have staff that are even fire staff that are currently out there cutting line under big fuel breaks into areas. We were sending people out ahead with our NV Energy SB 508 funds that were approved. We were worried about that fire moving into Verdi. So we did actually send our crews out ahead to build a large fuel break around that community. So we are currently actively, we're down in Mount Charleston right now, cutting trees as we speak. We are up in the Tahoe Basin doing the same. We're doing a lot of work out there actively, and I know the BLM and the Forest Service are as well. So fire season, though it does slow us because we're always concerned about our own fire starts from machinery, it just means we move other equipment out there with it in case that happens. So usually alongside of our machinery comes a water tender or a fire truck so that we make sure if we start it, we can put it out. But we are currently actively engaged in that. And I'd be happy to give an update in the future exactly what we've done so far to date.
Great, maybe you can get that to all of us, frankly. And the other question I had, we've had discussions in the past about the engagement with, since 70% of these fires are man-made or man-created, whether on purpose or accidentally. There was some agreement with NDOT and our road systems that what a great fire break those roads are, and looking at the highway department putting down some herbicides or stuff along the road to try and make sure they're cutting that down. Are we still doing that? And to what extent do you work with NDOT to make sure that process continues to happen?
Thank you for the question. Again, Dr. Titus, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden. We are working with NDOT and our partners on that. The current project we have down in Mount Charleston is an NDOT right-of-way clearance. We've been working, NV Energy is clearing underneath their lines as per SB 329, I think it was. We're extending that treatment into the right-of-ways all the way up that roadway. We do that. We have been doing that in Winnemucca and Humboldt County. We've been working up in Elko County. So lots of work that we're doing with NDOT in their right-of-ways, from tree clearing to brush clearing to prescribed fire and weed abatement and weed spraying. So we do a lot of that work. Our crews are instrumental in helping get those right-of-ways cleared. As you know, we had signed, the governor, Sisolak, had signed the shared stewardship agreement for Nevada. So we have picked some priority areas collectively across all agencies in the state. Magically, they fall in the areas we see fire almost every year. And we are heavily working toward implementation in those areas as well.
Thank you, and thank you for getting that on the record. I just think it's important for folks to hear and understand that the fighting fires is much greater than just fighting a fire, and that these costs can be mitigated in somewhat, and all the things that we as a state and you as a department and the departments throughout the state, between the federal government, the Forest Service, BLM, trying to work together to not just put out fires, but not have a fire. So thank you for the updates.
Are there any other questions from any other committee members at this time? Hearing none, Ms. Casey, thank you for all the work that you do and for all the people that you have, and we really do value them and we wish them well, and I hope they're all safe for the rest of this fire year now that we have. So best wishes to you and all the folks that you're working with. So with that, I believe we can go ahead and move forward on this item. Senator Woodhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move that we approve item J with the increase of $21 to cover the actual shortfall in the personnel category. Therefore, the allocation request would be increased to $3,212,840, with the portion allocated to the personnel category increased to $286,227. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion from Senator Woodhouse, a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Kompotek?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi,
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swink,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Baucus,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus,
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton,
Yes.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Kinsella, Senator Kinsella, Senator Dennis,
Yes.
Senator Hardy,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Parks,
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotek. So committee members, our next items are K and L. They are related to each other as far as dealing with the Smart 21 project. Unless there are any objections from any committee members, I would give you the intent, the chair would intend to move both of these items together and have that conversation together about K and L. So do I hear any objections into processing K and L together? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and proceed. So if we could go ahead and have the person who's presenting K and L queued up and just give us a brief overview on both of those, and then we will open it up to any questions from any committee members.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Paul Nix, the Director of the Office of Project Management, and I'm addressing agenda items K and L today, which is a request for positions for the help desk for the Smart 21 project. During the 2019 legislative session, Assembly Bill 543 appropriated $511 in general funds and $125,849 in highway funds to the Interim Finance Committee to fund positions to provide help desk support for the state ERP system. Our requests for the funds is a total of $252,476 in general funds, $59,223 in highway funds to fund the help desk support. These allocations will fund 2 new program officer positions and a contractor position for the tier 1 help desk tickets. The contractor position will support the help desk until we get to a point where the volume of requests stabilize, at which point we'll reassess staffing. The request also funds the transfer of 2 personnel officer 1 positions and 1 ITP4 position from the implementation team to the operations team. These positions will support the tier 2 help desk tickets and bugs that are identified post go live. Depending on need, these resources will charge their time to the operations center or to the implementation of the new system. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions from any committee members? I thought that Senator Dennis had a question on this item.
I don't think so, Madam. I don't have a question on this one.
Oh, okay. All right. Committee members, anyone else? I believe this is fairly clear. And we definitely want people to get a response from the help desk when they run into problems, especially with distance learning coming our way. Seeing no questions from any committee members, I would go ahead and accept a motion to process items K and L together from Senator Woodhouse with a second from Speaker Frierson. Mr. Kompotek?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hadagi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yeah.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy. Senator Hardy. Senator.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kompotek. We're going to move on to item number N. It would be the chair's intent under M1 to process A and B together and then go to item 2 after that. So I believe Mr. Kramer had reached out and said that he had a comment on item M. Is this the time that you would like to make your comment, Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to take a few minutes and comment on this donation from the Clarence and Martha Berger Trust. Martha Berger died on August 23rd, 2019, almost 1 year ago today. Had she lived another 2 more months, she would have been 101 years old. When Martha was born, her Aunt Betty was disappointed that the baby girl was not named after her and began calling her Betty. It stuck. All of her life, the name she preferred for herself was Betty. So it seems a little strange to me for me to see the name Martha on the trust. Clarence and Betty had no children. They basically adopted the children and grandchildren of Clarence's extended family. Clarence's mother was born Parney Smith on a farm in Washoe Valley across from where the old Cattleman's restaurant used to be. She was born in 1863. Nevada was a territory, Nevada Territory. She married Joseph Berger, who later became the watermaster for the Marlette Lake, Virginia City water system. Both Clarence and Betty graduated from Carson High School. Clarence served in the U.S. Marines and worked 33 years for the U.S. Post Office. Betty worked for different banks and retired from an accounting job at the state of Nevada. They did live a conservative life and saved their money. They invested. Betty usually took the lead on these investments. While she never talked specifically about them, they were a source of pride to her. When the trust was dissolved, between $2 and $2.5 million was distributed to local causes. One of Betty's nieces, Barbara Berger, married Joe Hawley, who lived at Stewart while growing up. His dad, Albert Hawley, a Native American, was an instructor at the Stewart Indian School. He also led the boxing club. I'm sure that this is the reason for the donation to Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum. Neither Clarence nor Betty went to college, but they valued education. Part of their legacy was to donate $500,000 to WNC as a scholarship fund for students. The trust also gave to the Brewery Arts Center, the Sheriff's Canine Unit, the Sheriff's Search and Rescue, several churches, and many community organizations. A lot of the descendants of Joseph and Parney Berger still live in the Carson area or have lived here. There are architects, teachers, engineers, nurses, law enforcement, airline pilots, pastors, an Army general, lawyers, and even one Nevada State Assemblyman. I give this tribute to Clarence and Betty Berger, my aunt and uncle. I'd like it if this statement could be made a part of the minutes in its entirety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll work on that for you, Mr. Kramer. So with that, on item M1A, Division of Tourism, I believe we've gotten a pretty good rundown on this. Is there anyone from the Division of Tourism who would like to give us any information on item A?
Madam Chair, this is BPS. Miss Bobby Rader was connected earlier. She said she had to disconnect and that museum curator Chris Gibbons would connect, but I do not see anybody unmuting at this time.
Okay, thank you. We can, we'll come back to that. We'll go ahead and go to item B, Division of Museums and History. Request for approval to accept a donation of $339,118.17 from the John Magnuson Trust for the Nevada State Railroad Museum. Do we have someone from Museums and History available?
Madam Chair, this is BPS. Caller with the last 3 digits of 606.
Yes, that's me. I'm Bobby Rader, the Museum Director for the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center Museum.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go back to then. Thank you, Ms. Rader, for being here. Is there anything, Mr. Kramer just gave a very touching statement about his family and this donation. Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, that was a very eloquent description, and as the staff of the museum and the fact that we have suffered budget cuts, as have every state department, we're very appreciative to Jan Leonard and the Betty Berger family for their generous donation.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and do we have anyone available for item B from the Division of Museums and History?
Madam Chair, this is BPS. I do not see anybody unmuting themselves at this time.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and process M1A right now. And I don't, committee members, is there any objection, even though the Museums and History is not available? I believe this donation is pretty cut and dried. Is there any objection to processing item M1B? Hearing no objections, the chair would go ahead and process item M1A and M1B. I would accept a motion from Senator Woodhouse and a second from Speaker Frierson. Any comments or questions on the motion? The comment I would make is we typically do like to have someone from the agency here to answer any questions, but there were no questions and there's no reason to slow this down. So with that, Mr. Kompotic, would you call the roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Howdegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Kompotic. Under M, we have M2, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of State Parks, request for approval to accept a donation valued at $200,000 from the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation. Do we have someone from the department available?
Madam Chair, this is BPS. It sounded like somebody was unmuting, but I can no longer see that anybody's unmuting themselves to speak at this time.
We'll give them a moment in case they have to call back in. Are there any questions, committee members, on item M2?
Hi, this is Kelly Williams from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And Bob Mergel is on the line. You can see him. Bob, is that you?
Yes, I unmuted myself, but apparently I had to double unmute myself.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Just give us a real brief overview. Go from there. Thank you.
Sure. My apologies, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So it's a pretty straightforward donation. I believe everybody's aware that we received the Flying M unit as a part of the Walker River recreation area. several years ago, and then Mr. Baron Hilton passed away at the end of last year. He donated everything that he had pretty much to his father's foundation, which was the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation. Once he passed away and the property finally transferred to us, I worked with the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation to donate back to us as much as they could to allow us to interpret Baron Hilton's time at the ranch. So the donation is a lot of just, I guess, personal property, couches, beds, that type of stuff, so that we didn't have to go purchase that stuff to furnish the buildings out there. And then a lot of other items, pictures, posters, stuff like that. The largest two items being donated are a glider that Baron Hilton used and a Civil War era cannon that was gifted to him and has been out at the ranch. So if you and the committee approve this donation, I guess I'll be on my way towards a State Park Air Force here in the near future.
Okay.
I'd be happy to hear any questions that you might have. Just so that you do know, the glider is non-functional. It actually can't fly. We're just going to use it for interpretive events. The cannon does work, but again, it will be used for interpretive events, not for self-defense.
Okay, just let DPS know you've got a cannon, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so committee members, that's the end of the day. We're all getting a little ringy. So with that, committee members, are there any questions on this donation?
Yes, I have a question for Madam Chairwoman.
Yes, Dr. Titus.
Thank you. As you know, this isn't, well, wait a second here. As you know, this is in my district, and I've actually, or may not know, it happens to be in my district, and I've actually landed on that airport in the past and spent many meetings out there at the Hilton property. My question is, this $200,000 donation is that, and figuratively speaking, as this is the value of what he's donating, and then I worry about the maintenance and the cost of the donations. Maintaining an airstrip can be quite pricey, and I'm wondering about the meeting rooms and the houses and those things that are on this property. And I recognize that we accepted the Walker River State Park 2 sessions ago, and that this was pending, and he maintained ownership of this until his passage, and now we had already known that this was going to come to us. But things like this sometimes come with a cost of maintenance, and I'm wondering if we have any idea what it's going to cost, or if we intend at all to maintain that airport.
Thank you for the question again, Bob Mergel, for the record. All of that property has already been transferred to the state. So it was Baron Hilton just was allowed to stay there as part of a life lease. So he stayed on the property until his passing. So the actual land property, including the buildings and the airport, was already under state ownership. What this donation is just the personal property that was left on the property. So like I said, couches, beds, mostly furniture, but some, decorations, if you will. All of that stuff is actually stuff that we would have had to go out and purchase in order to operate that portion of the property in the future. We can't open it to the public just yet, but at some point we plan on opening it up and renting those buildings out. So this is basically just furnishings, with the exception of that glider and the cannon.
Thank you for that. So are we going to maintain, since we own it, was there ever any intention of maintaining that little airstrip out there, whether it was for fire access or other things? Are we going to intend to maintain that?
Again, Bob Mergel for the record, and yes, we are planning to maintain that. It will be registered as a private airport, not open to the public. And then we're still having discussions with how exactly that's going to work. Obviously, we have not operated an airport in the past, so we understand that there are a lot of challenges associated with maintaining an airport and operating it. We've been in contact with Nevada Department of Transportation and have their aviation folks working with us as we move forward with that. So yes, we will maintain the airport, but it will be as a private airport that will be available for fire operations, public safety operations, but not open to the public just yet.
Okay, great. Thanks for the update, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
You're welcome, Dr. Titus. Are there any other questions on this item at this time? Hearing none, then I believe we can go ahead and move forward on item number M2. I would accept a motion from Dr. Titus to process this with a second from Speaker Frierson. Any questions or comments on this item? Hearing none, Mr. Kompotek, if you would call the roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Haudegi.
Yes.
Assemblyman Kramer.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Yes.
Assemblyman Wheeler.
Yes.
Chairwoman Carlton.
Yes.
Senator Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Kinsella.
Yes.
Senator Dennis.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Senator Parks.
Yes.
Senator Settlemeyer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Woodhouse.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kompotek. With that, that ends our actual business for the day. Item N, those items have already been discussed, and no other items were pulled. We will go to item O, which is public comment. We'll give broadcast services a minute or so. It's 3:47 to let folks dial in for public comment. So committee members, you can stand at ease for a moment or so, and we'll wait to see if there is any public comment. Broadcast services, has anyone called in?
Madam Chair, the public comment line is opening and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
All right, then we will consider this that there is no public comment at this time. Committee members, thank you all very much for your attendance today. Our next meeting will be, I believe, sometime in October, unless something comes up between now and then. So with that, this committee is adjourned. Thank you all very much for your hard work today. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. And thank you, Cindy and Mark.